Hey, what's going on, gamers? Welcome back. It is the middle of the week, in the middle of the month. September's flying by. Back in for another round of Delta V Rings of Saturn. Felt like there was some more stuff I wanted to check out that wasn't quite done with, so just gonna continue the save from last night. That was going pretty well after our first expedition in the Naked Python. Well, went belly up. In spectacular fashion at that. Might not be quite as long of a stream as yesterday. Kind of depends on how much I feel like I want to do in it. But definitely wanted to play some more. I still want to get... I don't know if automation is possible per se, but closer to that ideal. Try and get some drones. Try and get some better ship parts so we're not struggling against our own weight. Good little drip feed of unlocks and improvements to make. So what's up? Welcome, gamers. Thanks for the beginning of stream subs. Hello and welcome. K-Dandy subbing for 6 months in advance. Are you guys getting like a discount on 6 months in advance or something like that from Twitch? Got to get that September discount while it's there. Thank you for subbing for half a year early. And War of the Worlds, appreciate another gift sub. I'll never forget your ship exploding and spinning for like 10 minutes. Bumped into a wall. A little too hard. Getting that achievement for shooting something was funny. Yeah, I don't know. It gave me credit for like destroying another ship or something. I didn't fight anybody. But welcome, welcome, welcome. We got some new stuff coming out soon-ish. I haven't decided if I want to play Hades 2 just for fun or put it on stream. I just played Hades 1 for fun some years back, so I might just do the same for Hades 2. I don't know if I want to stream that whole campaign. That I am really anticipating at the release though, but I haven't figured out how I want to consume the content. But we got I'll definitely check out Europa when it comes out, but my expectations are more than managed. I have expectations. I don't know if I have hopes for Europa, but I will definitely I have no choice but to at least investigate it and see what is going on with it. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Not the old games, the new one. We're about 6 weeks out from that. I'm not convinced. Let me put it like this: Paradox is going to have to convince me to play more than a couple times. Like the game is just going to have to be good. And if it's not, then I'm just going to bounce off, just like when Victoria 3 came out. And just like when I don't even remember what else came out after that. But I hope it's good. Like, it'd be nice if they actually released a good game. But it looks, I'm gonna have to get over the fact that I think it is ugly as sin. I don't know if that's a me issue. It might be a me issue. But it is a game that when I look at, like, that's not a good sign for streaming usually. I feel like I have a pretty good stream sense about what games could be or would be good to stream, and when I look at Europa 5, I get like, I want the gameplay to be better than it looks from a visual perspective, if that makes sense. Are we close enough that it's the final look? I don't know. I just think I like to imagine myself as a viewer tuning into a stream of a game I've never seen before. You look at a game like Delta V, right? It's a little obtuse in terms of how it presents information, and we had, you know, some learning struggles yesterday with the tutorial and this and that. But looking at it, if you just came in as a viewer, no idea what the game was, you would quickly figure out what's going on in terms of like just watching, oh, there's an asteroid. He's clearly in a spaceship. You would intuitively figure out, oh, he's breaking the chunks apart and the arm is grabbing the pieces and is putting it inside of the ship. And, you know, you kind of see what's going on, even if you have no idea anything else about the game. But you look at something like Europa, and we've looked at this before. This isn't the first time. I'm not gonna break it down in again, piece by piece. But suffice to say, tune into a Europa stream, and this is what you see. And it's a little bit. There we go. And this is what you see. You're gonna be like, "What the hell?" You know. Like, how are you supposed to natively follow along just popping into a stream? It would be impossible to. Whereas if I popped into even a Europa 4 stream and I see this, I'm thinking, oh, hey, that looks kind of nice. I like the ocean blue theme with the royal red and the gold inlay. Like, I may not know exactly what's going on, but at least it's like it's pretty pleasant to look at visually. Like, this is an art style. Might be a little crusty on the 3D graphic side of things, but it's got character. To me, Europa 5 does not have an identity. It just looks like visual gibberish, and it's difficult for me to get over that. Every single color that is in the color palette all on screen simultaneously. Green, red, gold, light blue, darker blue, purple, orange. It just overwhelms my senses. So that's going to be the toughest thing for me to try to get over, because I'm already going in angry. Like, I'm already going to be starting the game up mad. And then there's probably more likely to be an easy game to like is the new Anno. Because the new I don't know if I like Anno, but Pax Romana at least has like an art style, right? So I don't have to brace myself quite as much. Like, this is much more pleasant to look at than what I just looked at. It's got good visuals, cohesive UI identity. So I hope the gameplay is good. We'll see. And that's coming out pretty soon too. That's November 13th. Well, it's not pretty soon. It's like 2 months away. All the stuff that is like, oh, that's coming out is like 2 months away. For like the new games. I had a blast watching your VOD of this last night. The ship spinning during the reactor meltdown was amazing. Yeah, it's a fun game to explore and poke around in. Loud. I don't think the music was that loud last night. Maybe it's just the main menu. Or maybe it just was that loud the entire time. We gotta figure out whether or not our little buddy survived. Took me a while to figure out this game, but now I love it. Yeah, it takes a little while to get over. There's a learning curve, for sure. I'm really looking forward to Anno. Choosing what culture to embrace seems like an interesting mechanic. I don't know anything about that, so I can't comment on it. So without any knowledge about that mechanic, it reminds me of what Civ 7 did, and I didn't like it in Civ 7, so I guess we'll see. Oh, I think you mean like there's just like kind of two paths that you can go down in the Anno game. Not like Civ 7, right? There's just like two paths. Choosing what culture to embrace makes it seem deeper than that. It's just you're a Roman governor and you can either be quote unquote civilized or you can be uncivilized. I did not like the Civ 7 mechanic of like choosing a different sort of group, the different culture each age. That was very strange feeling to me. Where are we at? Where to start? I got 93,000 E-bucks and I need to look at oh yeah, we've got some thruster repairs that need to be done. Though we're insured for 97,000 E-bucks. So I think the insurance will simply cover all these repairs. Let's go ahead and just fix to the best of our, because like it's funny when you fix something, it has a new maximum HP. So notice how I can't fix it to 100%. I fix it to 86%. So eventually we're gonna have to replace it, right? Which in theory is more expensive. So we don't want any of these to have failed. And then eventually the insurance runs out, though I don't know if you can just re-up your existing insurance, but we'll explore that. I don't need to know that right now. It's not important. I guess I'll just tidy up everything here, including the nuclear reactor. And then I didn't really, yeah, here's like an insurance facility. Quite popular with the ship captains and dangerous environs of the rings. The dominant recovery and salvage industry in the rings, they have diversified to the sale of low-cost parts recovered and refurbished from salvage. Captains have reduced their running costs by a very comfortable margin using their parts and systems refurbished to a high standard. Because supply of parts from salvage is limited, they sell credit toward repair parts and reserve a stock sufficient to cover the credit held by their customers. I don't know what that means, but it costs 50,000 E-bucks. It's a 100,000 E-buck monthly insurance credit package. So basically, I guess you pay 50K and you get 100K. If you don't need it, then you just wasted 50K. But if you do need it, you've made 50K back, effectively. And then we have Scrap Right Recovery Ops. Monthly membership grants you exclusive access to confidential salvage and recovery broadcasts. Oh, okay. Members receive real-time wreck sightings sourced from long-range scanners, minor reports, and polar telescope arrays. That could be cool for us. If I could save up 300K, that's so much money for us right now. Ensuring priority access to high-value derelicts before anybody else. Every listing is subscriber only, and unauthorized leaks have severe repercussions up to permanent ban. They take no cut of your recovery. Once you claim a wreck, it's yours. Spend less time chasing junk and more time making E-bucks. First come, first serve. Local Vilci branch. Pay off your outstanding Were guilds. I don't know what a Were guild is. Discount for volunteering payment are available. A Were guild system encourages order and safety in the vast expanse of the rings. Based on the nature and severity of the offense, a Were guild is assigned a fine and compensatory payment. While structured as a fine, bounty hunters can contract to receive a bounty for enforcing payment. This is an organized bounty hunter group, have money, hardware, and ex-military expertise. Their influence is so dominant that most people seek to make a career of bounty hunting, subcontract under them for a license. Okay, so this is like a bounty hunting thing. The Miners Guild A loose association of miners who share info on who is hostile or friendly. They remember who wrongs them, even among their own membership. Here, clear your name by making a restitution for damages. Captains are not so quick to forget, though, always. Okay, yeah, let's buy that. That just seems like something we should have, because we've been doing a lot of mining. And mining only. And the Obanto habitats. Pay compensation for mining and docking accidents. Okay, gotcha. Confess to the miners. Tell them who you've killed. So since we just got in, I'm just kind of checking stuff that I may have overlooked yesterday in the station menus. I still haven't ventured into the sliders here. I don't think I'm ready to. But maybe I should. Infrared LiDAR, audible feedback for sensor contacts. Oh, that's... I don't mind the audio feedback, to be honest. Maybe if it bothers chat, I'll turn it down. Sensor sweep speed adjustment. I assume the faster will detect quicker, but sacrifices resolution. So we could actually slow this down to like 50% instead of a hundo. Or even 75. 75 seems good, maybe get a slightly higher resolution. Autopilot rotation priority. How much thrust is devoted to rotation before translation if both are requested? Slow craft may leverage their main drives better, but more nimble craft may find this reduce their thrust output. Okay, so basically the more nimble you are, the less you care about rotation, whereas the more you depend on your primary thruster. Okay, that's interesting. Autopilot angular velocity. High values allow swift maneuvers, while lowering the limit will conserve reaction mass and prevent accidental ore loss. So is it 90 degrees? What does 5 degrees look like? Okay, it's just like, you cannot turn very fast at all. This is how slow we will be turning. That's funny. Versus 360 degrees is just maximum thrust, but it'll destroy some ore. What was it at like 90 before? What about like 60 degrees? Yeah, let's go for like 60 degrees. Autopilot drift tolerance. Improve remass economy while lower ones improve accuracy. How strict the autopilot will adhere to the vector. Let's do a higher tolerance, like by 10 centimeters, so it's not quite so aggressive. I feel like it is doing too much of the like poof, poof, poof off to the side. Leeway tolerance. How strictly autopilot will adhere to the plotted orientation. I mean, I want that to be pretty strict. Autopilot sensor confidence. Relies on sensors to orient the ship in a way you require. Make your maneuvers slower but more precise. Or higher will risk overshooting. Let's do like 90%. Proximity alert is 150 meters. Okay, we're gonna leave that alone. Relative velocity limit. Autopilot can maintain 50 meters per second. Interplanetary xenon transit drive usage. I had no idea you could get this gritty with it. During your dive into the rings, you can choose to use your main drives instead, cutting down travel time at the cost of increased propellant. So what does like 0% look like? Okay, so it's the travel time issues. So the more travel time you take, the faster that you'll have to like pay your crew wages and stuff like that. Adjust the focus area of your cargo bay's built-in mineral scanner. Oh, it's like focusing on the bottom of it versus the top, like the bottleneck, or just split evenly? Huh, that's interesting. I wonder why or when I will need to change that. Or purifier processing speed. Slowing down enhances mineral capture efficiency and lowers power usage, but decreases the efficiency of reclaiming mass. Okay. Ship propellant reserve. The cradle will automatically transfer propellant to the cradled craft if main propellant tanks hold more than the reserve configured here, 5,000 kilograms. May want to go like to 40. We're usually under 5,000. Let's do like 4,000. All right, I think I'm going to leave the rest of it alone for now. It changed more than I expected. So as far as our ship's current equipment, we've got the mining companion. These are for ships that don't use kinetic projectiles. Which is me. So we're going to install that. We have the microwave emitter, the arm, the mining companion. We have a funky loadout. No nano drones. We have the expanded tanks. We could also get the long-range propellant tank. Holds up to 80,000, approved for interlunar and short-range missions. Honeycomb cells prevent mass shift during maneuvers. 80K, dude, I want that. I want to go deep. I want to go way out there and see how far we can get. So I'm gonna buy that actually. It's gonna add a bunch of weight and make our other stuff less efficient, but for sure I want the long range. I want to go into the rings. And then we got 86K. I might just save that money for our first trip. I wouldn't mind getting a new main propulsion, but if we get a new main propulsion, I'm gonna need to handle the heat. It's gonna raise the temps. I think the idea of having a mining ship that primarily relies on its main thruster is an interesting one, as opposed to the RCS are nice because it can slow me down without having to flip and burn, but there's nothing wrong with doing the Expanse style flip and burn to slow down either. So what I'm looking at here is primarily propellant consumption. That's what I care about the most. So chat, remind me, is lower number propellant consumption? Yeah, lower number is better. We started with 13 or 5 or something, and now we got 26. This is like 2.4. State-of-the-art power generation system provides the highest exhaust velocity of any commercially available RCS, resulting in excellent propellant economy. But it only has 120 kilonewtons of thrust, so it is like barely any thrust, but it'll last for forever. We are not going to be able to slow down if we need to. It's kind of the problem there. This is 7.8. The Nugget drive has met limited commercial success due to extraordinarily high power consumption. 50 megawatts of juice. We're currently only consuming 15. So this is 40 to go to the Eon. Oh, everything, like when you get some, like a pro in one, you got like a side grade you need to fix in somewhere else. Like this is 60 megawatts and this is 60 megawatts. So we're kind of like pretty, like power is a problem for my ship already. So I don't want to swap to anything that has even higher power draw. I might switch back to the RAK-37. It has less thrust, but it also has less power draw. And it has less propellant consumption. Well, I'll just keep it where it is. All right, give me a new... Oh, I forgot about the other reactor cores. Main propulsion. Let me see the main propulsion. 3,500 kilonewtons. I want to keep the propellant consumption down. So this one has twice as much thrust, consumes more propellant, and has almost 3 times as much thermal consumption, but it has gimbaled thrusters as well. Or like the rear thruster is gimbaled, I guess. Which is very interesting. This is 109K. I can't really afford that. Maybe we just go out with what we got. Because I'm not prepared to get... Yeah, I can't afford that. Let's just go out with what we got right now. How's the crew? Are they all back? We got a beginner mechanic now, and a beginner pilot, and a beginner geologist. So they're learning. They're getting better. We could hire much more expensive people who are already like journeymen, but we have to pay them $32,000 a month, which is very pricey. So let's go. Let's just launch. Everything looks good. We're good. 3 days? I guess I did repairs on every thruster, the main engine, the entire ship is getting repairs. And we also changed 1 or 2 of the like core components. All right, put them in a capsule hotel until the job is done, 3 days from now. And then let's go on a simple launch. We don't need precision. We don't need ammo. We don't need nano drone components. So it's gonna cost us 8K. It costs us more for like the hotel plus launch than anything else. My mining buddy is back. He's there, just hanging off the side. The MRS 5763 Naughty passed, going deep. Adam, thank you for the 39 months. What's up, Adam? Appreciate the sub. My power is an issue. my computer just turned off 3 times. Chill, man. Just go. You don't even need to do that. This is why I don't use autopilot right now, because the computer doesn't know how to run my ship. I know how to run my ship. Okay? Computer's like, what if I burn 4,000 kilograms of propellant on this? Entry. I'm like, well, what if you just let me fly? So we want to speed up to At least 50 meters per second. There we go. And we're just going to float on out and see how deep we can get. So if you missed yesterday's stream, we're going out looking for some juiced asteroids. No, dude, don't pick that stuff up. I didn't even see that rock. You might have just saved our bacon because you just broke it against the mining beak, which stopped me from crashing into it at 50 meters per second. I gotta dodge these floating space rocks out here. How much to buy a new model? More than I have, by a lot. Don't worry about it. Is this game anything like Star Sector? Well, it both features spaceships and space. So in those respects, it is basically the same game. Can the geologist filter out unscanned rocks for you? I don't know what you mean. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, just a refresher on kind of what you see on the screen right now. So the top left is our LiDAR, and we can actually upgrade or sidegrade that with money and configure it. But it's basically scanning all of the activity around us, and kind of if we get deep enough, we're going to start looking for clumps and clusters of dots that indicate that there are larger asteroids in that area. And the pinging that you hear occasionally, I think, indicates that it's detecting another ship, more or less. And then the visual feed at the top right is a good way to kind of see where that ship might be, because every time there's a little flicker, a little flash, that is showing in real time the report, I don't know what you want to call it, I guess, from the thrusters. So anytime my thrusters fire off, you'll actually see a little flicker or flash in that visual feed after like a second delay. That's me. So if you see other flickers and flashes, that's other ships. There's like a drone up there just watching. Even the camera angle that we're in right now, looking at our ship from the top-down view, is supposed to be a recon craft that is following our ship around, basically, giving us this POV, which I think is funny. Dude, I forgot to look at the prices of the minerals to try to find out what is like the most valuable right now. That's kind of an important one, because the prices fluctuate. I'm not really sure where they're at the moment. But then kind of below the visual feed, bottom right of it, the propellant stats and the transit reserve stats are kind of the ones that I'm interested in, because we have to be able to get back to the station. So when possible, I'm kind of trying to just glide and not consume too much propellant. But what's interesting is the propellant is going, well, it's just kind of recalculating based on how it's moving around. And then the bottom left, our cargo hold, which will hopefully start getting filled up here pretty soon, if I can avoid running into any of these rocks. But I want to go deeper. Now, if we go deep enough, we can actually set up a beacon, which I didn't bring, but we can get a beacon and then set the beacon down if we're happy in the area that we find ourselves. And then that'll give us a jump-on point to bookmark, sort of, so that we can, on future excursions, just kind of like head straight there. It'll cost more money to deploy to it, but save a lot of travel time and let you be more efficient, so you don't have to do this like fly out every single time. But right now I kind of like to get at least 20 to 30 kilometers into the ring. Like, this is a W rock with a bunch of water in it. I gotta start learning what like I'm looking for specifically, and like how thick do I want the compositions of each rock to be. It'd be cool if it gave me a percentage composition instead of like meters cubed on the scanner. But the geologist is trying to collect information as we fly by each of these rocks about what is inside of them, and then is kind of making a heat map, so to speak, behind us, or will be. Hasn't really yet, but the longer we're out here, they should actually start to do that. All right, let's not run into this. All right, we're about 21 kilometers out. So now I'm gonna, this kind of just picked an arbitrary number. This is not like a secret tech that I'm doing here. So I'm looking at the LiDAR on the top left, looking for larger and larger clumps of potential asteroids. Or I might just ram into this one. Goodbye. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. All right. Let's try and come to a stop up here. My power! Oh, that's a great rock. Look at that mining. That's 16,000 bucks right there. I gotta fix the power supply issues next time in. I love how I just did that drive-by mining via my thrusters. And found 16 grand in there. What are you talking about? Oh, every time we go out on a mining excursion, our mechanic always repeats his poem. It's like a good luck charm. What was that, Dwight? That's equal and opposite by me, actually. Good job. Okay, let's I don't know. Do I want to keep going? I'm looking at the LiDAR. These rocks are not speaking to me. There's one down here that actually has maybe a lot of W. But it's also a lot of H2O. Let's open it up. Check it out. Beverly Chekhov has now a beginner astrogator. I don't know what you get by leveling up, but I will check once I can see the crew properly. Back at the station. I want to test out our little mining buddy again. We haven't really gotten to... I haven't learned how to use it yet. So let's come to a stop. Is this little dude attached to the side? Mining companion. It's like enter middle mouse 3. I don't know. I don't understand why it's written like that. 3. Okay. 3 activated it, and then middle mouse? No. Do I just need to move away? All right, just move away. Give Axial Boss a little space. Why did you wake me up, Val? Is it time to mine again? That I woke you up because it is time. Prospect the area and excavate anything valuable. Return to Enceladus. That's the station. Don't click that one. Get back to the cradle. Hold this position. Keep this formation. All right, hold this position. Your wish is my command. I need to program you as to what to pick up. I don't want you to pick up iron. Damn, I really need to look back at the market and see what everything is worth. Actually, I could just set a minimum value for the mining companion. That's not like a bad idea. Like that rock we just found was like 16K, right? So maybe I should set it like 4 grand, because 16K is a lot for a single rock. Maybe nothing, certainly nothing below 3,000 E-bucks, right? 3 to 4K. Let's set it at 4K and see what happens. All right, big chunky rock. Let's break it open. We got a microwave emitter on our soft hard point. This might take a minute to actually crack it. Marduk, thank you for the 15 months of E-bucks. I appreciate the Prime. Thanks for sharing another one. Welcome. Thanks for the slub. All right, there's one. I wish... Is there a way in-game to eventually stabilize these so they don't just, like, go everywhere? This one is, like, 20 to 30. That one's only 10 of W. That one's 8 to 12 of W. And that one's 30. So these are the two that we're kind of interested in. Watch out, Axial Boss. I'm going to try not to fry you, brother. I'm going to set you to just W and beryllium real quick. And then I need to hail Axial Boss and say prospect the area. And see what he does. Oh, look, he's doing it. He is prospecting. There's H2O worth 9,700, or sorry, W worth 9,700 right there. He just scooped it up. Good job. That was sick. That one's worth 12K? Holy. Get that one, bro. Problem is I have to go get it. It's floating away from me. Now let's flip. Okay. And then eat it. Thank you. Good money right there. All right, I don't really want to speed up that much. But yeah, these rocks are pretty reasonable. The geologist has got to get a fix on them first to kind of get an estimated value. 2,400, I think we just go ahead and take it. They can't all be Omega bucks. Like, that one's not very good, though. That's like 145. Get that one out of here. Where is our little buddy? I don't want him to get too far away. Keep formation? Let's see what keep formation does. Okay. I assume the microwave works from this far out. Seems like it is. 6 kilograms of W is not much. What kind of music do you listen to off stream? Not much, to be honest. Don't really listen to music off stream as much as I used to, because I used to listen to Spotify, sort of the playlist that it would generate, where it would kind of take what you've listened to and give you a Discover Weekly, and I really like the Discover Weekly, and for years I would listen to my Discover Weekly playlist every week, and maybe I would find one song, maybe two if I was really lucky, and add that to my playlist, and I did it that way for years, where I was just really liked finding new music and new songs and stuff like that. But then they changed how they track your data. You know, like, obviously, I don't love my data being tracked, but when it's just for music to discover it, yeah, that's what I want you to do. I want you to know what I listen to and then make good suggestions on other things to listen to. But then they changed how the algorithm worked, and they changed how, like, the listen privately function worked. Because what I would do is whenever I stream, like today, for example, I'll play video game music soundtracks as my intro, and sometimes during my BRBs. And you used to be able to go into like a private listening mode, and if you listen to music during the private listening, it wouldn't affect your sort of algorithmic suggestions. But that changed at some point a few years back, and so now the only things that get suggested are other video game music soundtracks. So I haven't been able to like discover new music to listen to, because all my playlists have been corrupted by video game music. And even if it turns out they've changed it where even if you listen privately, it still affects the algorithm. And more importantly, did you guys know that if you listen to music privately on Spotify and you click the button, it automatically turns your private listening off after a certain number of hours pass, even though you're still actively listening and have not rebooted your computer or turned off the software. So it just randomly turns off private listening mode, and you have to turn it back on. So many subscription services just did you guys see that? Those random rounds coming in from the top left? I feel like they were not shooting at us, but I can't be certain. So I might just fly a little deeper. I'm trying to get away from these people and they somehow find me. They have Smart Shuffle or something now, but you have to make a playlist first and it goes based off of that. It's not good, but it's better than nothing. That's not true. It is the same as nothing. It's worthless. You can also right-click a song and do like, take me to this song's radio. It's worthless. Terrible. It does not even hold a candle to how it used to be. Bro, that's 4,000. We can find better. Get me away from this dude before he accidentally like sprays a volley and like hits both of us. I assume Axial Boss can dodge rocks as we fly through. I definitely want to get away from the other ships. Is that fire is going to ruin our entire run. He's still shooting rocks behind us, bro. There's just like strays. I don't want to go too fast. Axial boss. Get back to the cradle. I don't know if I need to help him with the arm or if he's just gonna figure it out. I'm just gonna come to a stop. It's like a Roomba trying to find the docking station. Am I supposed to grab you? I'm not really sure how to do this. Because I don't want to accidentally blast him with my thrusters. The cradle is off? Does it automatically turn itself off when he leaves? Bonk. There we go. Tiny little baby arm. A little sideways, but it works. Anyway, the DJ just plays the same songs over and over. Yeah, the DJ is absolute trash. We have all this, like, AI is more advanced than ever, and it can't even, like, suggest a good song playlist. You know what I mean? Like, everything AI could be used for, making, like, decent song playlist suggestions seems like it should be the easiest functionality. I feel like this AI is following me. He's tormenting me. So you're saying you couldn't preserve your playlist prior to the corruption? No, I have the playlist of all the things I used to listen to, but the way I like to listen to music is to constantly add new things to my playlist. So I have not been able to add more than a couple songs to my playlist in the last few years, because the way that they present additional music has changed and become significantly worse. Now they're more than happy to just present like AI slop music and pretend like you know how Spotify got sort of caught suggesting like AI music and shit on playlists? And trying to like pass it off like it was real people. But I also liked, they had another playlist, I don't remember if it was like New Music Friday or something like that, where it would look at your liked songs, and then if those artists had come out with a new song or single or album, it would like recently it would like suggest those there. And the algorithm for how they presented that information changed as well. All right, we're like 30 kilometers of depth, hopefully far enough away from that bro who was just like actually getting really close to taking us out. I want to find some big asteroids. These ones are kind of tiny. We're not even that deep into the ring according to the visual feed. That's the funny part. We're just kind of floating through here. Still got plenty of fuel. But yeah, out of curiosity, let me look and see what it says my Discover Weekly is. Here's my Discover Weekly. This is Hollow Knight Silksong, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, and then a bunch of instrumental only. Space Banjo Volume 1. So if it's not video game music, it's like, wow, this dude listens to music without lyrics. That must be the only thing he wants to hear. And so every suggestion is now like instrumental, because all the video game music is also instrumental that I play on stream. And someone in chat says something like, you can delete playlists that it is influenced by. I don't have any playlists that it's influenced by. Right? It is influenced by what you've listened to. And I can't manually exclude from taste profile the thousands of different video game soundtrack songs that I've listened to over the years. You know what I mean? The problem is that it's forgotten, like it assumes that because I don't listen to the liked songs on my playlist every single day, that I don't want to hear more music like those songs, right? Like I kind of use my like playlist as the catch-all. And you have to like, if you don't listen to them, it doesn't integrate them into your taste profile. So I would basically, to fix it, I would have to find a way to like manually remove every video game soundtrack that I've ever listened to from my taste profile, and then leave my computer on for like a week just playing the songs on my liked playlist to trick the algorithm into thinking that that is what I want to hear more of, and then it might finally start suggesting things I want to hear. I'll tell you what a simpler solution would be. Let the user, instead of having to exclude things you listen to from your taste profile, make it where you have to include them, right? Like it should be a... Why not just make a second account for stream? Why not just pay Spotify twice for the same features that should just be native with your current subscription experience? Why not just create 2 accounts, pay them for 2 subscriptions, log out, log in every single time you want to do one thing or the other? Yeah, but it's a write-off. That makes it free. Tell me that you are like still in school without telling me you are still in school, brother. You got to stay in school to get educated. While we're at it, why don't we just invent a goddamn time machine? Because the whole point I'm making is that it is not fixable. There is no way to make it go back to how it was 3 years ago or so, 4 years ago. I buy my music off Bandcamp or Patreon and have my playlist offline. Chat, you got, that's great. That's good for you. I'm glad you're buying music from artists you like, but that has zero to do with what I'm talking about, which is I'm trying to discover new music like I used to be able to via Spotify, suggesting new music that I haven't listened to, that I would never otherwise hear. And it used to be quite good at doing that. and now it's dog shit. So unfortunately, if you know what you like, then yeah, buy whatever you want, but I don't know about it beforehand, so I can't go to Patreon or whatever the hell and buy it. Do you understand? When a streamer speaks, they are lucky if 25% of what they say is actually heard and understood by the people who are responding in the chat. Isn't that right, EJ? EJ, would you agree with that? Also, yeah, I don't even care if you heard what I said, just be like, yeah, brother, you're right. What is up, Raiders? Chat, just nod. No, not chat, just streamers. Just streamers nod. What is up, gamers? I'm zapping rocks with a microwave emitter to try to shatter ice asteroids in order to salvage resources to take back to a station where I can hopefully sell the raw materials. Eventually we'll be able to have even greater access to things like processed materials, which will be worth potentially more. But thanks so much for coming over and raiding. We're playing a physics-based space mining game that tries to... It has some silly things in it that are just there for fun, like anomalous events and unidentified objects and some little jokes. But the game as a whole is trying to be very, like, grounded in terms of how you manipulate your ship and how you interact with the physics of the game world. So it's okay. Speaking of the jokes, this is Autonomous Edge Runner Useless Past. You've been selected for a routine AT audit. Please open a port and authorize my access to your internal sensors. I don't know if I want to do that. But before we get too distracted, let me give a shout out to my friend EJ. What's up, buddy? Thanks for coming over. Hope you guys had some good times in My Summer Car. EJ's been making an attempt at doing a hardcore My Summer Car run of late. One of a few. I hope you're here because you needed to leave and not because the game forced you out. But I've been enjoying hanging out over there on EJ's channel, watching him, well, I'm just kind of constantly shocked at how much stuff there is to do in My Summer Car, and I'm thinking eventually I need to get tough and I need to get brave and try it out myself. Still alive, fantastic. But if you're in my chat, please toss a follow to EJ. Check him out. He's streaming, feels like pretty much every day for many hours a day, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. And doing everything from space news and following rocket launches to trying to survive in hardcore My Summer Car to some Kerbal every now and again, and lots of similar style strategy games like Hearts of Iron that you might find over on this channel. So highly recommend go checking them out. What's up, Weather Guy, Magellan, Pandarific, Fluffy? What's up, Raiders? Little Cross. Hello? Tej Tian, sorry if I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello, welcome. And what's up, everybody in between? I'm gonna try to give you guys kind of a rundown of what's going on, because I know there's a bunch of stuff on the screen, but I need to talk to this dude first. And who exactly are you, Useless Past? AT audit question mark. I want to talk to a human. I'm not giving you access to our ship. Okay, setting you up, take a look. Or I can have my pilot basically refuse. And who are you exactly? We're the Artificial Threat Location and Apprehension Specialists, proudly protecting you from the AT menace. What is an AT audit? Artificial Threat Audit in search of rogue artificial intelligence. Which you're definitely not, of course, right? Let's have our pilot say, Wow, our pilot's nickname is Specific Sword? Huh. Your assistance is not required. I have your logs on record, Specific Sword. You are clear to go. Okay, so our pilot just happens to be in the records, so we can avoid any kind of conflict here. So hopefully that means that they will leave us alone. There's definitely not any rogue AI on board. They might be the rogue AI. So yeah, let me kind of give you guys the heads up on what's going on. So in Delta V Rings of Saturn, it's a $10 game on Steam, and they also have a free demo. Not a sponsored stream. I just kind of played it for the first time yesterday and enjoyed myself, so I decided to kind of come back and check out some more. You start in this kind of like small ship, and the goal is kind of a money number go up game. So, by the way, EJ, I saw you had to raid and run. Have a great rest of your day, dude. Thanks again for coming over, and look forward to catching you for the next one. So you have to go out and kind of like hit rocks, which can be composed of, you know, they're ice asteroids, so they're primarily H2O. And then they can also have iron, beryllium, platinum, you know, things like that. And there's a real time sort of mineral market in the game where prices go up and down over time. So you can either seek out specific types of asteroid compositions, or you could go out and, like I did at the beginning, and just kind of mine everything and just see what it's worth while I was learning. I haven't really gotten into specific asteroid hunting yet. But as you fill up your cargo hold with different rocks, you can go, you know, back to the station and kind of sell what you've got, and then upgrade your existing ship or buy a new ship if you eventually get enough money. So on our ship, we've made a few crucial upgrades. We have a more advanced cargo hold now that can reprocess some of the H2O into propellant. So we have a nuclear reactor on this ship, and it's all like steam-based propulsion, effectively. And now we can kind of take a little bit of that H2O and process it into more propellant. We can see that number kind of changing in the top right. This is actually a real-time view of our cargo hold and the physics therein. So I'll give you a little demonstration here. Got a rock that we might want to crack, so we're going to click on it to kind of let the computer align us properly. And I could use the autopilot to advance, but I kind of like flying manually, so we're going to slowly... Yeah, we're basically a belter. This is like an advanced Beltalowda simulator. Sasuke. So we're gonna creep up a little closer to it because it is possible to ram into things and damage your ship, which I know from experience. So let's come to a relative stop. And then I've got a microwave emitter, but there are like kinetic projectiles, like rail guns. Just trying out different things, and it kind of splits up into different groups. So another thing that we can do is it even knows the force of your propulsion thrust and recognizes that in relation to the rocks, so you can see how like my thrusters are actually pushing it away and doing damage to it. We have a little attachment on our hip here that is a mining companion, so that's one of the upgrades that we just got. So I can actually hit 3 to retract the arm and like disconnect it, and then if we give it a little bit of space here, the axial boss will kind of deploy. Little mining companion here. It is time for you to wake up again. I want you to excavate valuables that you come across. So Axial Boss has been designated to look for a couple of specific resources. Beryllium is a great one, but there's very little beryllium in here. This one's mostly iron and platinum by the looks of things. There's some platinum right there, actually. I don't think Axial Boss is set to grab platinum, but I can grab it. So let's kind of extend our arm, which is another upgrade that we recently acquired, and it will reach out and grab it for us. And then we have a cargo bay beak on the front that it will attempt to deposit the ore into. And the funny thing about that is, since the cargo is actually still physics-based in the cargo hold, you can see down here that if we put something in, if I reverse the ship, all the ore heads to the throat of the cargo bay. And if I accelerate, and everything will kind of float back toward the bottom. So because we have a processing unit that will eat through the H2O and sort of create propellant. That'll only occur if the H2O is in the quote-unquote bottom part of the cargo hold here. So we kind of actually have an incentive to keep it towards the bottom so we can keep feeding propellant into our ship. But you actually don't have to use the arm at all. This is just an optional upgrade. It is good for finding derelicts, though. If you find like a rig that you might want to salvage, something like that. Let's configure our little friend. Where is it? Geologist. I want the mining companion to pick up anything that is worth more than 5k. That is not iron, because iron is almost never going to be worth it from that size. Does that affect weight distribution? It does affect weight, like it does track your mass, and it is extremely detailed with regards to the components that you can tweak and upgrade on the ship. So like you're in charge of maintaining what type of thrusters you want. Different thrusters are going to have trade-offs, like you might get more thrust, but you might end up consuming more propellant, or your primary thruster in the back, like we can activate with shift right there. You might choose to be a type of ship that primarily uses that as a main thruster, or you might want to be smaller and more nimble and use your RCS for primary navigation. And then you have to manage like heat buildup. In the bottom right, we've got like kind of a fuel plus reactor power. So we've got this situation where if I like thrust, right now my ship is too imbalanced away from having a good power supply, so I need to upgrade my power supply. And if I don't, you can watch as I use my thrusters, the power will dip, the thrusters will start to wane, and if you go too far, womp womp, computer shutdown. Gotta reboot everything, bring it back online. So I need to like upgrade my power supply so that I can maintain consistent thrust without having that dangerous full shutdown. Let's call our little buddy Axial Boss back in to get a little closer, maintain formation with us, and he should kind of fly back. You can see him on the LiDAR in the top left, this little green moving toward us. Okay, unfortunately the other thing moving toward us is an ad. I apologize to the raiders. You guys came literally within 1 minute of the ad starting, and I used both of my snoozes to buy you 10 extra minutes, and now I'm out of snoozes. So I'm just gonna like keep it paused here so you don't miss any gameplay, and just talk to chat for a couple minutes and see what everybody is up to right now. And that keeps the pre-rolls dead so that people who do raid and stuff like that don't get hit with a pre-roll, or who are coming in from directory or other suggested streams. So appreciate your patience. If you got turbo, then you are not going to be affected. I'm trying to make it where you don't miss anything, at least. Sometimes you thrust directly onto the wall of an asteroid, causing a uranium chain explosion that breaks open your reactor and creates a giant leak. Yeah. Chenko Stu, thank you for the 31 months of sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming back and subbing one more time. Is this game like Sim Earth? No, it is not. But yes, this is the Beltalowda simulator. Speaking of asteroids, if you reduce lighting quality to minimum, it is asteroids graphics. Lighting quality to like this. Oh, that's a fun Easter egg. Actually is asteroids. That could run on anybody's potato. But anyway, Marduk, thanks again for the 15-monther. Appreciate your sub as well. If EJ Raiders that got turbo, how goes my summer car in the stream today? And also, I'm curious, out of those of you who were at the stream yesterday, how many of you got the game and have checked it out? Because I noticed yesterday, I think that there were 40 people playing when we played last night, and today there were over 80. So I don't know if I'm responsible for getting a few more people in there. But yeah, when we booted up just now, there was like, it says there's 76 people playing right now on the top left. There had to be at least a few of you that are checking it out. The My Summer Car Kraken launched EJ into the stratosphere today. Oh, the Kraken. What is the, how does the physics Kraken manifest in My Summer Car usually? Vehicle physics, just like getting stuck in geometry? I did buy it, but playing Vintage Story for now. Do you enjoy Vintage Story more single player or multiplayer? Needs the Asteroid sounds too. It might well have them. I played a bunch of Asteroid when I was a kid, that's for sure. Picked up the demo, put it on the wish list. Pushing a trailer car did Unity physics stuff. Gotcha. But we're currently just like kind of doing our first excursion of the day. I'm trying to get a feel for what types of asteroids I'm looking for and getting an idea of what kind of composition is at different depth. Like we're 37 kilometers. This is the deepest we've been into the rings of Saturn. No pun intended. So I'm kind of just trying to see how the density of asteroids changes and what if their composition changes. Welcome back from the ad. All right, Axial Boss. How do you check the inventory of Axial Boss? How do I know if it's got cargo space left? These are all iron-based asteroids. So I kind of want to get past them. Looking at the LiDAR, I'm not really seeing any big clusters. I'd love to find something huge. There's a couple like medium-sized clumps. But nothing that makes me look at it and go, whoa. Like these are, these have some W, but it's not, it doesn't seem like a lot. Maybe we crack this open just to check it out. Seems like it's mostly eyes, but Chaz, W, what is W again? Tungsten, what is it? I don't remember. I'm just gonna keep calling it W. W stands for Wungston. Thank you. I'll actually probably remember that. That's like a stupid mnemonic device. Actually, the beryllium. This could be an amazing rock. Tungsten and beryllium. If we can separate out the H2O. Let's get Mining Companion. Let's avoid platinum and palladium. And then have Axial Boss seek and destroy. Okay, don't destroy me. Don't destroy me, please. It's a little chaotic. I think the microwave won't do that much damage to me, but it would possibly stun my ship. I don't know where he's going, but he's going. I'm just gonna trust. Gotta crack them open one at a time. All right. That one's 80, almost 8,700 bucks. It's honestly not bad. Kind of gotta grab it and make some quick maneuvers here. do tend to just fly off in a random direction. That one's not worth. Beryllium. Eventually, I've been told I'll be able to stabilize these so they're not quite so chaotic, but right now we kind of have to go on a chase every time. Okay, get the arm. Grab it. Flip. And burn, but don't let the computer go out. Okay, and then try to find where we were. It's W because it was originally Wolfram. I see. Axial Boss is coming back. Was this a fragment of one that we destroyed, or is this a different rock entirely? It still seems pretty reasonable. Estimated composition. Can grab one of those. I want to let the geologist examine it first before I shove it into the cargo hold. What's up, big dog? He's just kind of flying on through. I can't tell if he's helping or not. I think he's helping because he's like set to track down any stone that's worth more than like 4K or something like that. What did I set it to? I set it to 5K. Let's set it to 4. Trying to save you from making a mistake. Ooh, 14,500 and then 7.5K, both very, very respectable. But what's funny about the physics is you actually have to be careful when opening your cargo hold to get more ore, because you can actually lose the ore that's in your cargo hold if it is if you decelerate while the cargo hold is open. It'll push everything back out, and you can like lose the ore that you've been mining, which has happened to me a few times. Pretty funny. Check the small potatoes first. The beryllium, 6,400. It's good, but I don't know if it's worth flying across the map for. Let's break this open. I don't remember the microwave giving ore nuggets that much momentum. Yeah, they're all... like, it feels pretty similar to when I was using the physical projectiles. So I'm gonna have to figure out some upgrades to stop it from eating it across space. This one's supposed to be mostly H2O, then beryllium, which would be incredibly valuable. But we'll see if we get that lucky. H2O takes up a lot of space as well. Start with the closest one. The beak can also crack rocks, but I guess that's dangerous because it just kind of auto-eats them, which is not really what I want. It's not worth very much, but it's also not very big. Now that, what is that? 2,500 bucks. See how I almost lost one right there? My work here is done. That means mining companion is full. Return to Enceladus or get back to Cradle? Get back to Cradle. I want to see if we can do a transfer. So is this the estimated composition of us? Yeah, this is us. I don't know how to see the mining drone. Mining buddy should be on the way back. Look for some beryllium out here. But yeah, it is kind of just exploding them a little bit, huh? $15K right there. Gotta grab it. Hopefully not ram into something else in the process. That's the big money. Well, for us at this stage. It's not big money in the grand scheme of things, but I accidentally double-clicked. We're still doing good on propellant. Where is my mining companion? Hello? Get back to the cradle was the last instruction. Like, these are all... This whole cluster has, like, a pretty decent amount of beryllium. Interlunar transit? What does that mean? Well, I mean, I know what it means, but why did it, I don't know why it happened. Did he like fast travel to try to catch up to us? Something like that. I see on LiDAR in the top right. So I don't really know what your problem is. MRS 6129. I thought MRS was my call sign. But I guess it's a different MRS. I could use a wingman. This place is barren. None of your business. What are your rates? 10,000 for a full package. Here's a question. What does this person do? Do they mine and share the profits, or do they just run defense for you against hostile ships? And also, Axial Boss is gone somewhere. They're like the mining companions. I guess I could just pay it and find out. I'll send you your share of ore when we go back. Lead on. Okay, we've got a companion, I suppose. I don't really know how it's going to work in practice. $2,000 kilograms. That's worth. Might fill up too much. Yeah, we could do better. It's just big. Too much space. So can I tell them what to look for as well? Is it the third? Is this one? AMD 752S onboard computer. Who's this? That's just a. Is that my computer? I don't know if I can tell them what to mine. That's just your computer to filter. I don't know what it filters though. Don't say your computer. What of it? Which ore is highlighted on your screen? So what? Oh, I see the mining ship up there. Getting closer on LiDAR. I gotta start learning how to recognize these on sight. $210 of beryllium. At least it's small. Oh, stuck in the teeth. Are we starting to get full already? $470 of beryllium. That's worth 9K, brother. That's worth 11K of vanadium down there. Dude, I'm going way too deep for this. Oh God. Going way too deep. It's gonna bonk off this rock. Bonk. So just let it bonk. No, don't grab the big one. Listen, bud. Stop grabbing unmarked rocks. Only marked rocks. There you go. All right, what's in this one? V, maybe a little beryllium, so some vanadium, basically. Not quite as good as the ones that we were just left behind, I think. We're still doing really good on propellant. It's just the cargo hold is getting full. So, normally we have not even close to enough propellant. So this is going to take up a lot of space, but it's worth 11K, so I might just go ahead and spring for it. Get that money. I just flew right over it. I love when you're flying kind of sideways and the arm just completely whiffs the mouth. Yeah. Oh, come on! Don't let go of it. There you go. Gotta finesse it. All right, I want to go see the other ship that is like working alongside us. It might have the same profile as ours. And then we're getting close to, well, we're not even full yet. We're getting somewhat close to going back and seeing how much money we're worth, though. There, yeah, it is another ship just like ours. Do they just mine whatever? The Roomba has some room too. What are you talking about? I don't know if you know what you're talking about. This is all a bunch of iron. Which one do I go, left or right? They're pretty much the same. The right one's a little more valuable. Okay, make sure I'm not hurtling toward disaster. Meep. Okay. Man, it's crazy how far you gotta go for like 9K. Eventually we're gonna have, my goal is I want drones to do it for me. I don't know how to tell the other ship what to mine or what not to mine, so it might just be picking up whatever. But we also only paid like 10K for them to grab all that stuff, so it's probably fine. Getting a little too reckless, a little too fast and loose here. Yeah, these rocks suck. Where are the other good rocks that I was at before? Maybe we should race the other ship. See who can get more money and get back faster. Yeah, there were a bunch of like beryllium rocks over here. And we got too far away from it, and now they're all iron and platinum. I do like having the remote scanner. That's such a nice upgrade from yesterday. Platinum, platinum, platinum. This whole field is platinum. Platinum's okay, it's just we got spoiled a little bit. I want to find one of like the real big rocks. Beep beep boop. Yeah, the beep boop is just that there's another ship. Another ship signature. Basically. Letting me know that they're close by. We could turn that off if it's annoying. Yeah, nothing really interesting on LiDAR, I don't think. But we're not full yet, so therefore I'm not ready to go. we're all the way out here. We may as well be full. We still got good fuel. But these are all a bunch of iron rocks. There's no, like, crafting in this game, right? There's no, like, you store resources so that you can maybe sell them when they become more valuable, not so that you can use them, right? I assume there's no, like, shipbuilding aspect. Did we just take the platinum at this point? Where do you pick up this game? It's on Steam. Assume Steam until proven otherwise. These are all, this is like a cluster of platinum. What about you? Omega Platinum. Maybe we crack this one. No crafting at station, but resources can be used to fabricate in space. We still got 45,000 propellant. We only need 30,000 for transit reserve, so we're sitting pretty on propellant, that's for sure. The upgrade was worth. We got an extra 30k propellant. Normally we'd have to have gone back by now. Stream getting coxed a little bit? Yeah. So internet problems or Twitch problems, I don't know which. Probably internet. Hopefully it stabilizes. Sorry about that. If it goes out, you'll know why. But it's green right now. Stream's getting hit with the microwave. So what's that platinum worth? 1,200, not much. Yeah, it's not much. I may have accidentally shot disturbed gold, but hopefully not. What's the green weapon that they're using for breaking? It's a mining laser. You break too many rocks open at once, you give your geologists too many jobs and they can't identify everything for you. Also, our geologist is not the smartest. So, you know, they'll improve over time. At this stage, I think I'm just ready to take the chunks that we have available and maybe get some upgrades and come back for more. Platinum takes up a lot of space. It's like 6,000, 5,500 kilograms just for 6 grand. But getting spoiled. PD Palladium. See what the palladium is worth. It's only 20 kilograms, not really going to be a good estimate. Oh man, there's so much water, there's so much H2O attached to it. Yeah, this is like the best ratio, and it's only 2,500 E-bucks. Not great. Uh-oh. I'm being shot. Disturbed Gold just shot me. With him. Dude, we're supposed to be on the same team, man. We're on the same team. What did you do? My microwave emitter has been fried, so some of my thrusters may have gotten hit. Report him to the guild. Invoice him. How do I invoice them for the damage that they caused to my ship? So what happens if I keep using the emitter? Rapid heating of the focusing dish can cause it to warp. Warped focusing dish can't focus the beam tightly. Drag the dish slider to the right. That's what I was trying to figure out. Which one? Okay, so this helps alignment and wear, and this helps the HP of the thing. Trying to take me out. So, when it's misaligned like this, what is the natural result that I would notice? So yeah, if I take the onboard computer and say, stop analyzing platinum, palladium, so the geologist has detected maybe a W cluster up there. Interesting. Might go check that out. Just a slower harvesting speed. So it'll take a minute. Friendly fire. You're scaring me, Disturbed Gold. Please keep your distance. Gonna need a restraining order. Microwave is pretty resource efficient. 1,800 a W, that's gonna be pretty decent. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty decent. Why did you yeet it? Oh, I yeeted it with the thrusters. Bro, my ship sucks. My ship sucks, dude. I don't have enough power to keep the thrusters on. Got him. Now let me go back to where I was, because there were some decent little rock chunks right there. I think it was this little clump. Have you identified this? Geologist, are you asleep? Tell me what it is. Or, no, it's one of the ones we turned off, right? It must be one of the ones we disabled. On the computer. I don't know. Gonna find out. Be funny if I accidentally wait, is there a red arrow on the map? On the LiDAR? Is that bad? $302 of beryllium. We take those. A red arrow of friendship. Of course. Look, I'm almost full. We just need like 2 more rocks. 2 more rocks, that's it. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Gotta be a little greedy. I think to space mine at all, you gotta be a little greedy. I might take that 6K. Lots of palladium dropping. I'll take the 6K palladium and then call it a day. Captain, I'm in the machine room. Some of the insulation is chewed away. We have rodents. What? We got space rats? Patch it up with some tape and get back up. We are in the middle of a dive. Okay, everyone, suit up. We are gonna vent some air. Patch it up with some tape and get back up. We're in a dive. Space rats. All right, let's go home. He says as he looks for another rock. I don't even know what that one was, but we took it anyway. All right, let's go. Oh, the 15kW. Where's this just floating around? Who left this here? It must have been the other ship, or was it me? It could have been me. I don't know if we have room. Look at the cargo. You missed the gullet? Boom, got him. All right, let's go home. What happened to our drone? I think our drone went home. So we're gonna line up with the station, plot a course. And it should just kind of fast travel us home. We actually have good fuel. We have enough propellant for the transit to take a minimum 12 hours. So it's gonna like fast forward 12 hours to go back to station. Yeah, this looks like huge payday. Huge one. P. Willie, thank you for the 53 months. I got an Achievo, fly with a mining companion for over an hour. Poison BL, thank you for gifting us up to Good Smile Racing also. And P. Willie, thanks again. Look at all that money. 241K! That's why I don't listen to the estimates. The estimate was like 150. So, just a little off. We made 94 grand on beryllium. Our geologist is not good enough to give an actual proper estimate here. Is the main thing. 98 grand in some W. Wungston. But that beryllium was crazy. Beryllium and tungsten's cracked. I'm gonna sell everything. And we have almost 300k now. This is the most money we've had yet. So at the moment, time hasn't really advanced enough for too much of the prices to change. But in general, beryllium is far and away the best, and then tungsten is a distant but still awesome second best. Yeah, beryllium is the best value for sure, but it seems very prone to flying away, which makes it good for the mining companion to grab, because he flies over there and just gobbles it up very nice and quick. Yeah, I gotta do some repairs, huh? Thrusters in the microwave emitter are failing. Do we want to replace the microwave emitter instead of trying to fix it up? Is kind of the question. Well, if you kind of get your money back either way. Miners Guild. I have to make 16 grand of payments to clear my name? I'm the one that got fired on. Who did I do damage to? Why do I owe 16 grand? I want to see a list of my infractions. They should be paying me for almost blowing up my ship. Whatever, here's your money. Scam, big scam. So there is, like, I don't really want to save for the other ship right now. They have a used version that's 600k. This is the drone ship, I think. It's got 2 drone hardpoints. It's a little busted up. Or you could get one stock brand new for 1.5 mil. Soft Exploder. I don't know if I want to... That seems like a cursed name for a ship. I'm going to stick with what I got for now. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work for me. Nani? I wonder why that's named the way that it is. Nanoparticle activated nuclear incinerator. Uses continuous nuclear detonation from internal uranium salt tanks to provide unparalleled thermal output. Tug drones. Disposable nanodrone assembler uses parts from nanodrone storage to assemble palm-sized tug drones. An infrared laser array provides remote power and ablative propulsion for the nanodrones, guiding the drones to intercept any high albedo objects and bring them to a stop. Oh, this is stabilizing. This is stabilizing flying objects. Okay, that's cool. 217k after trade-in. That might be worth it to me. But here's the thing, the arm is cool if we wanted to do sort of the thing, if we wanted to save up a little bit more money, we could get the Scrap Right Recovery Operations membership. Here's the thing though, it's a monthly membership. So my question is, if you pay, do you have to pay 300k per month? Or is it 300k one time? Or do you pay 300k and you get 1 month of service? Because if I have to pay 300k a month, we're a little too broke for that. Tug drones sound really cool. 400 meters. Drone launch capability 50 drones per second. How many drones do you take with you on a launch? How many does your ship fit? Stops ore and life pods automatically, or targeting criteria can be adjusted on the geologist tab. Can interface with compatible recon craft. Requires nanodrone component storage. Okay. So reading that, I do have nanodrone bay that's empty. And we've got basic ammo for nanodrones compatible with tug, haul, and maintenance. Sold at dive start. 1,000 kilograms. Okay, well, you've got you measure one thing by drones per second and you measure the other thing by kilograms per second, which gets a little confusing there. Drone wet mass is 0.1 kilograms. I guess you could math it out. I feel like it's going to be one of those things where you just kind of have to install it and see what happens, and you could trade it in at full value if you wanted. Industrial storage, 5,000 kilograms. Or military nanodrone storage, 10,000 kilograms. That sounds really cool. I don't know if it's my top priority right now. Power is the top priority. Like, I keep losing power. I need to come up with a way to make more money faster. I think the mining drone helped, because yeah, I think the mining drone is why we got even more cash, right? Because we had estimated like 160, 170 in our own storage, and the other drone must have made like 70K. Which is pretty good right now, like at least 50. If I get the drone thing, I don't need the manipulator. Unless I want to do salvage. I think it's mutually exclusive anyway. No, it's not. You can get the tug drones on the side. I don't even have enough power to charge the Gungnir. My computer is just off. Is it still charging though? Is it gonna blow up the ship? Because that'd be pretty funny. This thing seems very dangerous. How much energy it's pooling. Do you just let go, or does it shoot on its own? Okay. Pulse mining laser. It's invisible, chat. You know why? Because lasers are freaking invisible. Unless you have some kind of tech that can see them. I think that that's just an excuse not to have to make graphics. I'm just kidding. Chat, I'm gonna make a sci-fi space combat game where every weapon is realistic lasers. You can't see them. Why are the microwaves visible then? Presumably because the microwave installation includes a what do you call it when there's a third-party material that allows you to see something? Kind of like how you can see a laser if there is fog or smoke or something like that on it. Like not like a laser pin, you know what I mean? You can't actually see the beam, but if there's a material, is it diffraction or refraction? But yeah, medium, I guess. It might provide a medium as part of the installation. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the science guy. EJ would know. Microwaves excite the gas present in the rings. That's what chat says. I believe you. Implicitly. Okay, so hypothetically, right, if we get trade in the arm, point defense microwave generator, does it articulate? It does. Oh, interesting. Where does it say whether a thing requires this particular hard point? Where does it say whether it's a high stress? High stress only. See, I would like there to be some kind of icon. Because there's different amounts of text on each thing, so you kind of have to spend too long to see whether it has a mounting location restriction or not. The shop only shows what you can buy for that slot. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is I have 3 hard points. 2 soft, 1 hard. So if I have something that can go in a soft hard point, I don't want to block the high hard point. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I'm looking at potential things to add, I need to see like, oh, I want to look at each thing with the idea that I could put it in the soft slot to keep the high open. So therefore, I'm having to look to see which of these is only the high point. The soft hard point. What's a soft stress hard point? Low stress, whatever. You know what I mean? Low stress, high stress, whatever. To the exclusion of the other things. So a way to tag them so I don't have to keep opening and closing which, like, okay, is the, like I'm looking at the high stress hard point and I go, is the CL150 mining laser on both? I can either look, kind of scroll this, just like a little icon, just a little, not an avatar, a little art image. Not a tooltip, not a thumbnail. You know what I mean? Like a little graphic would be great. Because it really throws off my brain. When I'm shopping. Haul drones. See, a tug drone stabilizes things, brings them to a stop, whereas haul drones bring them toward your ship. So when do I want a tug drone versus a haul drone? Monocargo container for specialized mining runs, but it needs a mineral processing unit. So that should probably be the thing that we actually really get first, is the MPU. That makes a lot of sense. Which we can afford. The Rosatom Antonov MPU uses reactor heat to sublimate water content out of a large volume of cargo so that the mineral content can be collected and stored. Evaporated water is collected and can be reprocessed into propellant. Minimal power consumption, excellent processing reach, but the heating process is inefficient and much of the cargo and water is lost in processing. So it's only, this one's 60% efficient for remass. This one's only 40%, but it also gives you mineral processing that the other one doesn't. Then you can eventually upgrade to either one that's focused on the mineral processing side. This one's 90% mineral, no remass. And this one's kind of split, but it's 1.5 mil. So let's get the Rosatom Antonov MPU. And throw that on. Which also has processing capacity of 20 instead of 10 kilograms per second. It takes less power. And it's also lighter. So it seems like it's just a strict upgrade. Without really sacrificing too much. And then I have 47,000 E-bucks. That's pretty much all I can afford right now. But I think that'll be a good solid pickup to go back out there. All right, I'm gonna launch it. After we get back from this quick break, I'm gonna take a BRB. I'm gonna get a snack and a drink, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna run the ad whilst I am BRB, so that we kind of knock it out and get it out of the way. Oops, wrong button. Music. There we are. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll be back right after this. Sorry, the lights in the middle are flickering very intensely. Panic. All right, we gotta do some ship repairs, don't we? Our stuff got messed up. Still have 82K insurance. For now. They're not passing inspection. And they really messed up the microwave emitter, dude. This should get us out the door at least. Okay, let's go with this. Pass inspection, 2 days, 9 hours, because A, we need to do repairs, and B, they need to install the new processing unit. I definitely want the nano drones. I think that sounds cool. Can't afford them this go round, but man, it costs 92 grand. How deep can you go? Oh, you can go deep. I think the deepest we've gone is like, I don't know. Have we even gotten to this break? We've definitely have not even gotten to the Keeler Gap. It would cost a lot of money. Default insertion is 76 hundo. This is like instantly 60K. And this is like 260 kilometers in. So I understand why it costs, because it would take a long time. This is only 47 kilometers out. I can just fly. I'll just fly myself. For now. Lots of ring to mine. There is, yeah. Computer online. Mining buddy re-equipped. This time I want to try and use the geologist's sort of information to try and determine where we're going to mine. Bro, I know, just let me have control and I can get it done. There's no need. Don't make such a stink. I know my generator is not good enough, okay? See, and look at that. You wasted so much less fuel because now I'm already at 58 meters per second without slowing down. That's exactly what I want. A little faster. I think we could go faster than that. Let's go like 70-ish. It is fitting that we were doing Starbase. The Starbase music comes to mind whenever I'm playing this game because it has a very similar vibe of getting on your mining rig and then trying to travel deeper and deeper into asteroid rings and belts. And looking for the rare mats buried inside the rock. I really don't know how Starbase could have been successful. Like, it's very easy for me to say they focus too much on PvP and not enough on PvE, and that I don't think that's the only reason why it died. I think the building system was incredibly difficult to figure out for the average person. That didn't help. I also think it was very punishing to experiment in, where if you built, you'd have to gather the resources yourself or pay for them, which was exorbitantly expensive. Just to build one ship. And then if you crash that one ship, you might not be able to afford to build it back, which created a situation where you were too scared to even take your ship out. And so it definitely had a sense of like supreme gear fear in Starbase. Because you didn't want to lose your baby that you spent all your money and all your time making. And if you took it out of the safe zone, it might never come back. And I think they eventually eased up on that to make it easier to replace or get some kind of insurance. But I don't think they had insurance on launch. Uh-oh, this is going to be a tricky needle thread here. This is why I'm glad I updated our RCS thrusters yesterday. Give us a little bit more oomph. But launch Starbase was just so good. Like, it was just so unique and interesting. And it's a shame that there'll probably never be anything like it again. I miss it. Yeah, the Starbase was the one with the Beeble ship. That's correct. Where we spent like at least a week of streams just building a ship. And I would spend like 8 to 12 hours a day every day just trying to like put every single individual bolt into that ship to try to give it some kind of structural integrity. I wonder if I have some screenshots somewhere. Let me see. I don't remember which PC that I had when that game was new. Surely I took some screenshots of it, right? Like, come on. I have no idea. My problem is I have like 3 separate screenshot folders from across different PCs and computers, which is not helpful. It would probably be in this folder though. Maybe it's on, did I take any on Steam? Yeah, they're not in this folder. Surely I took screen caps of it. Like, well, I can't imagine myself working that hard and not taking any kind of pictures. We last played May 2022. Now that goes back. May 2022. We didn't stream it. I think I just opened the game to see if it was dead back then. If you take screenshots in a specific game, how do you find Steam screenshots for that game in particular that you took? That you didn't upload. Oh, here we go. Nothing comes up for Steam screenshots on Starbase. There's no shot. There's got to be screenshots somewhere. I just don't know where. Look at that chunk. What are we, 18 kilometers in? I gotta make sure I don't... Oh, God. Slow down a little bit here. Dangerous speeds. Starting to get a little larger rock density. That game was incredible for the sub 50 hours I played it until the weight of PvP and losing a ship was overbearing. Yeah. Yeah. The PvP crowd cried the loudest. And honestly, it was stupid how they sort of, I don't know if they catered to them. I didn't follow it that closely, but it definitely was very PvP oriented, where you could spend 100 hours building your dream ship, panel by panel, bolt by bolt, individually in Starbase. And every little decision in the builder, it was basically like the ship builder in Starbase was effectively like a 3D model software, almost. It had that level of intricacy and complexity. You almost literally opened up like a 3D model program to build your ship. And you could spend 100 hours doing it. And then take it out, and some dude that strapped together 5 blocks, bolted them, and then threw like a tripod gun on the back. That was the meta. So the Starbase combat system was such that it was like, well, kinetic projectiles accelerated to sufficient velocity. There is no such thing as armor that will block that, right? Like, so therefore, it didn't take much to completely destroy your ship. It was extremely sensitive, which was really cool for all other things, like there wasn't really PvE, but just flying the ship, it was fun to know that if you bonk an asteroid slightly, it's going to crush your ship, so you need to be very careful when navigating. So it kind of had like a fun, flying through an asteroid field like this was quite nerve-wracking, because if you did collide with one of the rocks, you'd get stranded out there, and your ship would become someone else's salvage, maybe. However, in practice, what happened was people realized, well, if every ship is so sensitive and it kind of doesn't matter what armor you put on it, people would just make the most basic rectangle ships, throw tripod guns on top, and then them and their friend would just zip around extremely high maneuverability and just dot, and your ship is dead. Doesn't matter how much time you put into it. So it was just kind of stupid. Like the gameplay was sacrificed for faux realism, sort of, and technicals is what they called them, like the real life technicals were king. So it just sort of defeated the purpose of this really massive, intricate, interesting ship building experience. But yeah, the ideas of the game were fantastic. Like you're saying, Rogue System. There was some pretty cool player design tech. Like I remember looking at a video about people making a GPS with beacons. Yeah, they had what was the coding language that they had in the game that you could actually use? I started to learn it. It was similar to BASIC or something, wasn't it? I forgot what the name of it was. But yeah, there was a whole coding system you could use to program your ships. They had a special name for it. But yes, you could create blueprints of ships and then sell those ship blueprints to other players with in-game money. YOLOL. Yeah, it was YOLOL. That's what it was. I actually started to learn how to code as a result of it, which was crazy because I've never really coded anything before. But it just fell apart because the PvPers would spend minimum amount of time making a flying piece of trash that had guns strapped to it, and the people who cared about building would spend all this time and then not be able to fly their ships because they just got instantly shredded the second that they left safe space. They would just camp right outside the safe zone, look for your ship signatures, and then just like jump on you. So it was kind of crazy. And the fact there was no PvE, there was zero PvE. You could not do any combat against AI. There was no AI. It was just player only. They wanted to be like a 3D Eve, where there was a completely player-driven economy. I think the entire like ore market at first was player-driven. Like if there was no demand, you couldn't sell anything. So you couldn't even make money unless someone else bought your stuff. I don't remember if they had the like base price added as a patch where you could at least make some money. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But it was fun. They just needed more time and more money. And also, when you make an MMO and you don't have a monthly subscription and the initial excitement of players that like this style of game dry up, you don't have any money. And you got to keep the servers on. I don't like the past sense in this conversation. What do you mean the past sense? This game's dead, brother. It is a dead game. Abandoned. Maybe we stop and grab this rock. It seems like it has decent composition. No, it doesn't. But yeah, Starbase is abandoned. It's actually dead. Not accepting that. Well, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. The devs said so themselves. And then they came back and were like, it's not dead actually, we're gonna keep working. And then they didn't. It's the equivalent of like Kerbal Space Program 2 devs being like, no, it's not dead, I promise. We're gonna keep working on it, man. Don't lie to me. But yeah, let me see. What was even the last... Their last post was October of 2024. For the test universe, so it's dead. They tried to resurrect it, but they didn't really try. They had Starbase development continues April 2024. So they literally abandoned it, and then they abandoned it again 6 months later. You know, like when a YouTuber stops making YouTube videos and then they come back and go, I'm back, baby, for one video. I'm gonna start making video, and then they never make another video after that. It's basically what happened in Starbase. Maybe Starbase should have been like Foxhole with multiple factions to join. Maybe, I don't know. I think they really wanted it to be like 3D Eve with shipbuilding, and I see the goals. Like, I understand it because that is interesting to me. Player-driven economies, sandbox. You just gotta have stuff to do in the sandbox. You can't just have mining and that's it. If you weren't interested in hunting down other players in Starbase, here's your gameplay loop, and I'm not exaggerating for effect. This is the actual loop because I did it. You start with your starter ship, which is given to you for free. You use the starter ship to go out into the asteroid belt or rings or whatever you were in and hit rocks. You gather enough materials to either sell to make money to buy the materials you need, or to have enough materials to build your own ship with them. You spend time to custom build your own ship in the shipbuilder. You take the ship out. What do you do with it? Well, you mine more rocks, because that's the only thing there is for you to do. So you build a mining ship that is more efficient at mining rocks, and that's actually pretty fun because coding it is cool. And you get like mining lasers and different ways to sort of automate things. The programming aspect is fun, but then you mine more rocks for what? To either rebuild that ship when it gets destroyed or build another ship, okay? Or sell and make money. And then they were like, well, we'll add player stations and capital ships. Okay, so now you're mining so that you can afford a station or capital ship. What do you do with those? Well, they're bases of operation to do more mining. So you either mine so that you can mine more mining, or you torment other players and become the reason why they never log in again by destroying their ship. So like the alternative to mining was ruin everyone else's fun and ensure that you have one less player. Like every time you blew up somebody's hard work, there's a 50-50 they log in again. And so the PvP was actively reducing the player base for that reason. I don't know how far I want to fly out. We're at 44 kilometers. I'm kind of just yapping and flying, but to be honest, I haven't seen any rocks that look good. Unless we want vanadium. I'm looking for like the good stuff, beryllium or W. What game are we talking about? Starbase. Still a goated soundtrack though. But yeah, there was nothing else for you to do. You either like hunted other players, which could take eons because there really weren't that many players, or you hit rocks. Deep space exploration was a thing. Shut up. I found the dev of the game. There Starbase dev in chat. Get to work on your game, man. There was no exploration. Dumb as hell. Can't believe there's Starbase apologists still in the year of our Lord 2025 when the game is literally abandoned. Embarrassing. By the way, when that chatter says exploration, they are generously ascribing value to you having to physically sit in your ship and fly in real time with no fast travel for tens of hours or days while just dodging asteroids, and that's it. You just fly forward and dodge asteroids. That's it. That was exploration. There was no exploration, brother. They told you where all the things were. They just had some like dumbass incentive to make you think, which apparently worked, that it was exploration by saying, if you're the first one to get here, we'll name it after you. That's not exploration. They told you where it was. There's nothing to find or discover. It was not a mystery how many moons and planets were in the system. The only mystery was how much of your life did you have to sacrifice time-wise in order to travel in real time to those places. Anyway, hi, Havoc. Had some deep space exploration there. Yeah, there's more. Let me put it like this. Star Citizen has 3 times, 4 times more gameplay than Starbase ever did. To put it in comparison. And that is saying something. All right, we're 50 kilometers out. I kind of wanted to see where that like gap was, but that was still much further out. Let's take a little look-see. We might have to like kind of sit in an area for a minute, long enough for the geologist to find some things. Let's just go somewhere where there's some like larger rock chunks. To find the waterfall and nothing behind it. Yeah, I mean, that's what you would do. You would go to the moons in Starbase, which again took tens of hours in real time to travel to. And then the only thing you could do there was claim land to ostensibly build a base on. And there were other resources that you could mine inside of that moon, and that's it. You just kept mining so that you could mine more. And other games have figured out how to like get other gameplay loops. Hey, that's a big one. You know, there's plenty of games where all you do is mine, but they build other gameplay around what you do once you've mined, right? The problem comes when you're only mining so that you can keep mining. And even a game like this, like Delta V, is all about mining space rocks, but like you have noteworthy progression that you can make while doing it. Once you built a ship in Starbase, there was no reason to really ever build a second one. But in like Delta V here, we can at least mine so that we can earn money so that we can buy better equipment, better ship components, and other ships to play with that have different pros and cons. I want a game where you play as a dirty... Ah! All right, pay attention, chat. Pay attention. That was a low velocity impact. We're probably fine. Yeah, we're fine. Astronauts is that game. And it's pretty fun. I haven't played it in a while. That asteroid came out of nowhere. You know what the sad thing about this asteroid is, man? It is all iron. This is the biggest chunk that we've really found. There's other chunks here. I think there's one below us. It's not quite as big, but it's still pretty big. Our geologist thinks this is all iron. So these are probably, since they're in a cluster, they're probably all iron. Not what we want. But I think, I don't know what that... Aggressive purring. The ship is just purring. But Astronauts is a good shout, Avic. However, I will not, from Zathra, I will not tolerate any Neo Scavenger slander in this channel. This is I actually enjoy Neo Scavenger a bit more than Astronauts, while recognizing that Astronauts definitely has more to do in it than does Neo Scavenger. Neo Scavenger is on the list of games that I really love, but never want to play again. I got my fill. You're right. It is, there's not an infinite amount of things to do in it, but when I was playing it, I really, really enjoyed it. I think all the different like character builds that you can make and the challenge of just trying to survive and find all the POIs was fun. So I personally enjoy Neo Scavenger better. Astronauts you will enjoy more if you enjoy the minutia of everything. Like, I don't even know how to put it in a way that doesn't sound negative, because I'm not trying to be negative, but it's like the simplest thing in Astronaut will take you 15 minutes to Google how to do it, from like a keyboard perspective, and then another 30 minutes to move one object from here to there. And then, you know, like the smallest thing feels like a laborious process, which some people will vibe with more. Neo Scavenger I enjoy because you really hit the ground and run. You pick it, you go through the character creator, you choose a unique combination of traits. I love the Project Zomboid-like sort of trait selector. And then you kind of hit the ground running, just start charging into action, find mutants, fight them, avoid them. It's very go, go, go. And I think Austronauts is very like, okay, let's sit here and think and process. Let's consider what we need to do. How do I move this panel from here to there? You know, it's very like the minutia. Dwight doing his poem again. Okay, we gotta find some rocks that are better than just iron. I haven't accomplished anything. On this run, we've just been yapping, but that's okay. I got a lot to yap about. Maybe we'll be rewarded for our dedication, you know? I think the crew dialogue is cool, but I don't think it needs to repeat as often as it does. Dwight has informed me that it was his poem about half a dozen times now. Let me take a look at the LiDAR. Could be a formation down here, maybe? Maybe I'm seeing ghosts on the scopes. Ooh, this could be something. Lots of W. Teeny bit of beryllium. I guess we'll go for some Wungston. Looks like this is a big Wungston area. Beryllium's not going to be very easy to find, so why don't we just get started here? Let's get Mining Companion out. Give him some space. Leave the shinies to Axial Boss. Prospect the area and excavate anything valuable. And we're gonna say you only look for beryllium and Wungston. And only the nodes that are like 4,000 E-bucks or greater. Please don't shoot me also. Did I have to change? No, microwave emitter's back to normal. I can't wait till I get those drones, man. See, like that beryllium one is actually not bad, but going to catch it, it's going to take some fuel. Should I go for the big one? Well, let's see what's in here. How much is, like, vanadium worth? Not that much. Yeah, the drones are really cool. I enjoy them a lot also. But yeah, I like Ostronauts. I should probably check it out again, too. At some point. Bonk. I might take that. Well, never mind. It wasn't meant to be. Let's fry open this big one. But Ostronauts is cool. I'll definitely check it out again at some point. I think the granularity is a little overwhelming for my ADHD, where I get on my ship and there's so many things that you can do that I don't know what I should do. So I don't know where to direct my focus. Whereas I find Neo Scavenger much more direct in objectives. It's like, well, I need to survive, so I need to get some food, and I also want weapons to defend myself. And I want to just explore the map and find where everything is. So I want to walk around and, you know, see what is where. There's some beryllium. The question is, will my bro grab that, or do I have to go get it? He's pretty far away. To be fair. Hopefully Astronaut scratches that expanse itch combat-wise. Well, I think that's asking a lot. I think that's asking for a significant amount. I am suspicious that the 2D computer displays are not quite going to replicate the often reposted rotating, spinning Rocinante with its PDs all firing in a spiral formation while you dance around the enemies and see individual bullet holes fly through, perforating one end of the ship to the other. Yeah, I don't really think it's going to be able to physically accomplish that in the medium, given the nature of how information is displayed in it. If you want that, play Nebulous Fleet Command. Ah. Nebulous Fleet Command. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Another classic example. Why is the arm not grabbing? Why is the arm not grabbing? Anyway, Nebulous Fleet Command is a game that forgot to make a game, you know? It's like a tech demo. You jump in, you play a skirmish, you're like, wow, this is really cool. You play a second skirmish, you're like, huh, I'm starting to figure this out. You play a third skirmish, And you go, okay, I guess I've played the whole game. And then you turn it off because there's nothing else to do. The dev put out a big long post about not being able to finish the campaign mode. Oh, the classic inevitable narrowing of scope. Did Axioboss get that beryllium shard, or no? It's over there, brother. What is going on? Is this like an invisible shard? All the parts of the game seem to be there. Well, there's two types of game developers. There's the game developers who want to have a campaign at all costs and manage to get a campaign established but forget to add the rest of the gameplay. And then there's devs who like adding gameplay and combat features but can't, like, finding both in the same game is a very rare occurrence. There, now you're reaching for it. Like, when I played Nebulous when it first came out, I thought, I'll be surprised if this ever has a campaign, so you saying that doesn't really surprise me. Nebulous campaign mode was multiplayer, and that was canceled. As far as I know, single player mode is still being developed. I don't know. Chat, argue amongst yourselves until you figure out who among you is spreading misinformation. But the problem with games like Nebulous is even if they ever do release a single-player campaign mode, it's just going to be skirmish missions that have objectives. You know what I mean? Like, it's just going to be putting on like a fake mustache. It's gonna be skirmish mode with the like mustache glasses disguise over it. You know what I mean? The emote, thank you, yes. This disguised face. Like, I want a game that has mechanics similar to that to actually see the light of day, but... Or to have like a sandbox component to it. But that scope is just too big for anybody to make. It's just asking too much. Like, imagine Nebulous Fleet Command combat with Star Sector sandbox. $16K. That's a good, juicy one right there. But yeah, imagine Nebulous Fleet Command combat with like a Star Sector sandbox. Be insane. But unfortunately not realistic. Space games are the, 7 kilograms? Space games are always the ones with the most potential, but never actually reach their full potential. So like when, I like a game like Delta V Rings of Saturn, knows what it wants to be, the scope and potentials. I don't look at this game and go, man, I wish this had like a Star Sector sandbox mode, right? It doesn't seem like it's designed with that kind of thing in mind. The expectations have already been set appropriately, especially at $10. A game using Nexus Jupiter Incident? I don't even know what that is. Has anyone tried Stellar Tactics? I have no idea what that is. Are you gonna get that? Nice. Nice scoop. That was a 10K rock right there. Don't mind if I do grab a little beryllium. Talixo, is your space sim GOAT? Could be 4X or not? That's a tough question. I don't think that there's any space game that does it all. So I don't know who the GOAT would be. Everyone's got a glaring weakness somewhere. I'll give you, okay, here you go, the GOAT. Oops. I thought I shot my friend. He's gonna say Eve? Absolutely not. Starfield, in my opinion, easy bait. I can dodge that, no problem. Freelancer. Yep. I'd say Freelancer is the GOAT. Captain, we have a fire in the machinery venting air. What? Seems like it was a short circuit patching it up. Yeah, I would say Freelancer is the GOAT. What just exploded right there, and why? Why did that rock randomly explode? Some strange happenings afoot. You missed. There we go. Invisible lasers. Where's my bud? My work here is done. Get back to the cradle. Where the heck did you go, brother? Last time I said get back to the cradle, he just kind of didn't go back to the cradle. Interlunar transit confirmed. See, they just ignore your instructions to come back to the ship when they're full, and they just go back to base. Which, okay, I guess, bye. See, I thought I could call him back, attach him, and then he'd change his cargo with me, and then goes back out and keeps mining or something. but he just ignores my directives instead. I'll go grab this. This is why I need those little drones that'll, like, stop it all from floating away for me. Maybe break this one open and see what's inside. How's the new MPU? We got unlimited space, it feels like. Attention, MRS-5763, you're entering an orbital insertion path. Stay clear of the Zazer burn. Is that what exploded? Next to us, I don't know where that is. Enceladus Corp will not be held responsible for injury or damage of equipment should you ignore this warning. I have no idea where. You gotta give me coordinates. This is an automated message. Do not reply. I need coordinates, man. But yeah, I don't think that there's like a modern space game that hits all the notes. And all the notes, I think, for me to have the perfect space game. Wait, chat, what was that? Did you see that? What was that? I'm getting out of here. That looked like the thing that they're telling me. This looks like what they're telling me to avoid. Do you see how it's glowing? Okay, I'm just gonna go back down here where I was in relative safety. Anyway, you have to like. I think for the ultimate space game. You're talking about a game with the visuals of Star Citizen for sure. Like, it just doesn't get better than being able to be on a planet's surface and seamlessly, with no loading screens, go to orbit, and then from orbit to seamlessly go to any other planet in the system, and then from there to seamlessly jump to other systems, which of course there's only one system right now, but still, like, it's just... The visuals of it are already there. So the visuals of Star Citizen, unfortunately the rest of it's not there. With the kind of sandbox of like a Star Sector, but even Star Sector doesn't have certain things, right? Like the sandbox of Star Sector is great and all, but they don't have mining. They don't have salvaging. They don't have other things that I consider to be mainstays of like a sci-fi space simulator sandbox. And so you probably want a combination of like the Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen mining systems. The problem with those games as is that they don't do anything, right? Like if you mine in them, you're not really accomplishing anything. Whereas when you do stuff in like Star Sector, you're accomplishing things. You're changing the world around you by pirating a trading company, or hunting a bounty, or establishing like a colony or something like that, right? You're having like a much more discernible impact. Or even like X4, right? X4, you've got the ability to build your own stations, and the ability to influence the universe economically, where you can make stations to try and profit so that you can then add on to those stations. Maybe eventually, I think the ultimate goal of station building in X4 is to have your own wharf or shipyards, which are very difficult to maintain and difficult to build, and like scaling that high up. And then of course you've got like, I don't know that multiplayer is necessary for my ultimate space game. But obviously if you did incorporate multiplayer, then yeah, a lot of the EVE interactions and how players interact with each other in EVE is still a popular game for a reason, right? But I think those are kind of like the four or five peak space games in different aspects, but none of them cover all the bases. And then No Man's Sky, I think it does bear mentioning, even though it's very different from all those, just because it is, of all of them, at least the most sort of expansive. Oh, the ad's starting soon already? Okay, it's been an hour. It's gonna be an ad dropping right now. 3 minutes, turn your volume down. It just happened. Okay, that's probably the last thing they heard. With mods, they do. Wolfish Wolf, I've noticed that today you are the easiest sci-fi game player to impress. If you think that mining in Nexarellan is even in the same universe as mining in any of the other space games that I just mentioned, even EVE, which is very basic, you just kind of orbit a thing and pew 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 laser. I wish I could design a space game and there were 1 million Wolfist Wolves out there to just gobble up whatever slop I throw at them. You know, I'd make so much money with just a full consumer base that were as easy to please as you, brother. X4 but streamlined. X4 needs more than streamlining, but I'm not gonna go into a full-on rant there. I've already done the X4 rant when we actually streamed X4, so I don't want to repeat myself. Perfect space game would need to be like 5 or 6 games in one. What's interesting about space games is the scope is much narrower for fantasy games, right? People often put up sci-fi and fantasy as almost like equal opposites, right? They're different sides of the fantasy or like the fiction spectrum. But I feel like it's so much easier to make a good comprehensive fantasy game. I feel like we've already, you know, like when I play Baldur's Gate 3, I don't go, man, this game's great, but I wish it had like the ability to make my own kingdom and the ability to build my own castle and real-time trading between different little caravans who are walking. But when you play a space game, those are all the things you want. When you play something that's like sci-fi, you're like, man, I gotta have mining. We need to have a full economic simulation. We need to have AI piloted ships that are capable of interacting in all axes of traversal so they don't ram into each other or stations on the XYZ planes. And then fantasy games are like, I just want a good story with some good decision making and some cool characters. You know, it's like the bar feels so much lower. This rock could be the beryllium capital of this system. Look at that beryllium reading at the bottom left. I want my little space mining buddy. I don't know why. I might have accidentally hit 2. But yeah, I don't think the expectation for sci-fi games is unreasonably high, though, because history has proven if you make a sci-fi game with a compelling story in a similar vein as, say, Baldur's Gate, like, I think Mass Effect is one of the greatest RPGs of all time, like Mass Effect 1 and 2. You know, when I played Mass Effect, I didn't think, man, I wish I had real-time economic simulation with trading of tracked entities who are actually moving from A to B, and I can intercept them, and that's going to impact the galactic economy or whatever. I thought, wow, this is a really great story with cool characters, and I'm having a fun time. But we don't have that either. So we don't get that anymore either. Thanks for nothing, BioWare. And before someone in chat mentions the altars, anybody who compares, like, this is a complete straw man because nobody said that, but anybody who would compare Mass Effect to like the altars or something might actually be from a different planet, or is a artificial intelligence that has like hit the singularity. I don't think we've had any good like sci-fi campaign story games in years either. That 500 beryllium. Got to get that before it gets away. I could definitely go for some more Mass Effect style RPGs. Yeah. Fantasy gets that a lot more than sci-fi does now. Which is good, because I like fantasy games as well, but... Off topic, but I wouldn't mind another Dead Space. I like Dead Space 1. I don't know if I played Dead Space after 2. Can't remember. I'm hoping the Expanse game is doing it. Why are you like this? The arm just let that thing fly by like it was nothing. Miss. There you go. All right, didn't I swear I saw something. Okay, so yeah, we got beryllium all over the place. We are on top of it, and it is also above us. Let's try going up. I wish Callisto Protocol was good. Can you guys think of an example of a game that was like a spiritual successor to a beloved game a la Callisto Protocol that didn't actually turn out to feel like a cheap knockoff? And the beryllium is always trying to escape. Oh, no. It's gone. Okay. Another rock. Saved. I'm slowly getting slightly better at controlling the ship, kinda. I don't know, I don't think it's worth going to grab this one, but... I think chat's kind of missing the question a little bit. Like, I don't even know where you're going with Breath of the Wild, for example. I don't know what that means. I'm talking about like a game that looks like a cheap knockoff of another game. Like, for example, right now, right? You got the not Tarkov knockoff that just released. Arena something or other. I don't know how the hell you get Breath of the Wild out of this. Chat be like, Super Mario? Super Mario is the knockoff of Pong. Wild Hearts? We found the one Wild Hearts enjoyer in chat. Wasn't Saints Row a decent GTA knockoff? Saints Row probably does fit the bill. So I would say that's one, but that's also an old as hell example. But yeah, the problem with these beryllium rocks is the beryllium just shoots off. I need those nano drones, man. Like, I'm zapping the rocks, but I'm not actually eating any of it. I think I can fix that though. I can fix this. There's a better way to do this. Little skill issue here. Let's try this. Break open this size, but then grab and eat. But then it still shoots off if you're grabbing another one. What is my ship doing right now? Why are we listing so hard? Is it busted? The thrusters might be busted, or the power is busted. Vigilante 8 was a knockoff of Twisted Metal. That's a callback and a half. Oh my god. That is a callback. I feel old. Yeah, that'll make you feel old, all right. My attention's being split between too many rocks. So here's a question. How do I see how full my processed cargo area is? Like, I see the numbers at the bottom left, but what is that relative to? It'll just show you when it is full. That's not what I was asking, but okay. Space left in meters cubed. That's for the... That's not for processed cargo, though. Processed cargo is measured in kilograms. Right, that arm may be tried. What are you doing, arm? Holy, he's just throwing rocks next to the thrusters, and then the thruster is blowing it up. Get it together, man. And then the autopilot is like, I'm spraying all of the propellant everywhere. Arm, please. In. Thank you. So we're gonna run out of propellant, basically, before we run out of anything else. Oh my god, 1,100 kilograms of beryllium. That's 24 grand. Right there. Huge bucks. That was the juiciest one yet. The arm just makes me spin out, man. Come on, feed the baby bird. Feed the baby bird! Yeah, the lighting and the physics are really neat. I agree. I need all... This is a whole beryllium field, man. This is why I need a beacon, so I can just come back here. I need to buy and equip a beacon, but to do that, I need to get rid of the arm. Do I really need the arm? I guess it's good, but I could live without it. Seems almost counterproductive at times, kinda. No Gauntlet players in chat. I did love Gauntlet in the arcade back in the day, but man, that thing ate quarters. Where is this beryllium flying out of, bro? There's other ships here. Wait. There's like 3 other ships here. Where did that thing... The Impure Descent? Holy, how many dudes are there? Do you need help? What are your rates? 20,000 and we have a deal. I don't understand how how the deal works. What do they, I don't really understand what they do. I think when you go back to the station, you need some kind of like receipt. You need like a log of what the people you hired contributed. Like, I don't know if we made money with them or if they just guard me. I don't know if they just like hang around to defend. I don't know if they're like sharing the mining. You pay them up front, they give you the cargo when they get back. Like, how much of the cargo? In the ore sell screen, bottom right, it lists who earned what. But yeah, they don't make it clear what kind of help. Yeah, they have... because there's other types of dudes who, like, run security and who will guard you. So how do I know it's not that? How do I know this is the mining one? Can't hail the other ones. They might be up to no good. I guess I'll pay them. I don't know. I'll send you your share of ore when we go back. Lead on. So what does this slider do? Friendly auto. Friendly. Don't grab them. Don't. Is their mining just ramming the rocks? Yeah, they have little buzz saws. Alright, well, I mean, they are mining, just like they said. Why is my mouse so laggy on the screen? We're right in a massive beryllium field. We just need the rocks. Why does it sound like a cat purring? I don't know. I'm wondering. I don't think the audio is supposed to be that loud there, so I'm wondering if it's bugged. But yeah, the beryllium nodes here are crazy. Actually, a really good area. I feel like on the next one, if I can afford the drones... I don't know if I'll be able to afford the drones, though. What is hitting me? Are those the nanobots? From the Impure Desire just going out and hitting me? Yeah. They seem a little target agnostic. They just kind of go and hit any object. Ow, see? Stop hitting me with little bots, man. Little piss drones. All right, all the juice is like behind us. No, the processor's not giving us much fuel, that's correct. But we also don't need as much fuel for the transit reserve because the processor is doing so much work that we're not carrying a bunch of like raw ore. But we've also been taking smaller chunks of rock that don't have as much H2O. That one's one of the larger ones. The problem is this like beryllium field that we were in, or that I want to be in, is like these other unidentified ships are down there. So we might end up getting told to like scram. They're small. They're really small. Hold on, let's go see what they are. Because, yeah, we still got 30,000 propellant. We only need 22,000 for transit reserve. Last time we needed like 35,000 because of the weight of the cargo hold. Is there only one starter ship? I mean, there is only one ship you start with. But there are more than one ship in the game. So who are these dudes? Little drones, but I don't know what. They just kind of chilling here. Zoom in. Hold. Did I just grab a person? Find a frozen body? What? They're all dead? They're turning into carbon. We're processing them. We've got... we got carbon in the processor now. Whoops. You did that, but... well, what am I supposed to do? I have the grabby arm? I thought I was rescuing them, man. There's another marker, there's a ship marker on the map. The question is, how did they get out there and what killed them? This is kind of the edge of the beryllium. We've kind of mined this entire zone. There's another ship on contact, bottom right. I don't know if that's our friend or someone else. I forgot what the name of our friend was. I'll go investigate it though. There's like 3 contacts down there. Maybe that's their ship. For all I know. Do I hear shooting? No. Maybe? I don't want that one. Gotcha. Not worth that much, but I still gotcha. Oh, that's the impure descent. Okay, so at least we know that our little friend is down here. Hopefully not murking me. Kind of murking me a little bit. But I think it's fine. So let's go see what else is down here. Getting close to something. Directly below us, Rosalie. And then something... Oh, it is two other people. Ken Yamaguchi? Well, I guess a little corpse disposal is in order, yeah? Bonk. At least I don't know if they're dead. I don't actually know for sure if he's dead. Unclear. Bro, they're escaping the body. More stuff is escaping. Roger just escaped. That's a lot of beryllium, bro. That one was escaping from the other person, not from me. There's a bunch of debris just flying around. Okay, I may have let a couple of corpses escape. Now they're spinning through space. I feel like I have a duty to clean up my mess. Don't mind the alarm. Okay, there's one. And here's two. Hold the line. Flip it. Okay, we're starting to run a little low on fuel, but it's not so bad yet. If I just go back this direction, there's still more beryllium there. We are making insane bank. The bodies seem like they're worth 20K. Are they really? And then we got whatever the impure descent has made. Oops, lost it. Slow down, man. Ooh, that's juiced. Juiced. Are we fighting over it, or are you gonna get that one? Why is this like interstellar docking scene? God, we need to fix the power supply. It's getting bad. I need to be able to like make better maneuvers and fire the main thrusters longer. Without the whole computer shutting down. What do you got? 6 kW? Holy. Losing control of ship. 38 grand in one gulp? Please just eat it. Please, you idiot. Stupid arm. Eat it. Thank you. And that's 14K right next to it? Hold. There you go. That's a good one, man. Maybe I should just break open the big chunk. Let's go for the small ones first. I'm under 20,000 propellant now. Bonk. We'll get a little bit back. Bye. We will make a little bit back. From the H2O. But we are starting to burn a little too close to the sun. Not there yet, though. There's still a lot of money to be made out here. Look at that. That's 23K right there. Just in that one small rock. That's probably iron. No, that's vanadium. 12,000. Cram it in there, man. Yeah, we can be, with the processor, we can be a little bit more aggressive with what we take. We can just kind of take more of everything. In bulk. Wow, half the chat, with that one timeout, half the chat just disappeared. Why is the arm not grabbing? I don't really want to go across space just to grab one beryllium with 16K propellant left. All right, is it time to leave? Okay, well, you know what? The arm was already holding a rock. It's going even faster now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Slow down. Skirt. Skirt. I think I'm ready to go home. It's gonna take us 33 hours to get home instead of 12. Here we go. Still a bunch of H2O in there. I have no idea how much the impure descent has been able to accumulate. I mean, if we sit here patiently, then the propellant should actually go up. Slowly. An easy 2-day trip back with the frozen bodies. You're assuming we haven't processed them already. I wish I could find this spot again. It's a goated spot. But we'll just, I mean, I'm 62 kilometers depth, which is definitely helping. We went way out there compared to the last few. I think 30 was kind of where we were at before. Why is W flashing? Because it's full. Processed cargo's full there. Which one would assume that if it grabs more, it'll just stay unprocessed inside the main tank. But I can't say with certainty that that's the case, but I would think so. Let's see. I mean, you should still be able to take it, like that. Just take up more room. Wow, I'm so greedy. But there's still juice here. Hey, get away from me, bro. No donuts in the parking lot, okay? Like that. These are big juice. Since we lack the transit cost, yeah, it just increases time to return. Normally it's 12 hours. We were up to 39. Whoops. May have just shot my friend. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No, one more. What's in this one? That's beryllium right there. I can't stop, man. The asteroid loot boxes. They know my weakness. They know how to get to me. I am getting a little better at piloting the ship. All right, we're at 41 hours. Done. Wait, one more. Are these any good? Beryllium? 400? 250? Okay, all right, I'm going. Pilot, take me, actually, Astrogator, take me home. Plot a course. Plot a course back to the station and let's go home. What's the penalty for increased return time? The crew, you pay the crew once a month a salary, so the more time you take, the more salary bucks. And there's a couple of services that you get as a subscription, which makes it sound like you need to pay them monthly. So you're sort of like spending more time toward having to pay again sooner for things. All right, 350 grand, the new biggest payday. And the Naughty Past is worth 321,000. The Axial Boss was only worth 28,000. Where the hell is the other ship that I paid? Do I have to calm them and tell them to go home first before coming back myself? They don't go home automatically? And so I just paid them a bunch of money for no reason? Evidence gathering reward for these corpses was 20K. Oh, anomalies 80,000. What does that mean? Oh, those are the bodies. The bodies of the anomalies. There's 4 of them. Yeah, what about the ship that I paid? 80K per body. No, it's 20K per body. There are 4 of them. 4 times 20. Yes, thank you, Crimson Corner. Your math isn't mathing. But you got there in the end. But yeah, does anyone know where the ship is? That we hired? The last dive, the buddy was listed. This one didn't count somehow. Actually scammed out of 20K. Very unfortunate. Well, that was a hell of a haul. We're definitely starting to make more money per outing. It helped that we found a nice beryllium field. So on the market, most things are pretty stable. Platinum's been crashing. Iron's on the way up, but it's still like so heavy. Probably good if you can have a ship that can hold everything in bulk or process it really efficiently. I think sticking to beryllium and tungsten is still the right play for us. And then, whoops. I think it's time to cash in on the manipulator. I'm not sold on the mining companion. The fact that he's like gone home 2 times in a row, it's kind of taken up an important slot. He's okay, but for 115 grand, I don't. Maybe I'm using him incorrectly. Trying to watch an example of how this works. Okay, so right now it's using it with the arm. And then the tug drone is just gonna kind of like try and keep things stationary as opposed to pulling them toward the ship. The haul drones are like 100K extra, so the game thinks they're better. I can see why. Is there any benefit to having 2 tug drone armaments? I guess you like have twice, but you have to have twice as many drones in your cargo, right? You can tune them differently. What would be an example of what I would want to tune them differently for? My second question is, why? Oh, never mind. I get it. Yeah, the haul drones are just 300K. So that would be all my money. I need at least enough money for nano drone storage as well. They can target multiple chunks. Each install can affect 1 chunk. I don't know how a chunk is measured. Outside ring stops the chunks, the inner ring pulls them in. Are they that smart? I feel like what's going to happen is, since they're going to have the same range, is they'll fight each other. One will try and get it to stop, the other will try and pull it in, and they'll work against each other. Because they'll be like, whoa, that one's moving, stop it. And it'll end up spending more nanodrones. I think for now, since we want a nanodrone component, and 5,000 seems way better than 1,000 in terms of storage, and this costs 120k, that we get the industrial nanodrone storage. Okay, and then I have 249k left, so we ditch Mining Companion and replace with the Tug Drone, which is 135k. Goodbye, Mining Drone. Okay, and then we drop the microwave emitter on the side in order to facilitate maybe a claim beacon, because I'm tired of going like 60k out manually. Is it cheaper to orbital deploy to a beacon than it is to just pick a spot from the launch map? What's up, antagonists? We're actually getting some upgrades, spending some money. Of course, you know, the second I get rid of the arm, I'm gonna find salvage. Deploy by disabling the hardpoint and moving away. Create a claim for free. Claim can be extended when you revisit. Cradle can be refunded after deployment. Claim broadcast, attract attention. Beacon will be cheaper, but can sparse ring regions. But I'm gonna try the claim beacon and just experiment. And then drop the manipulator. I can't afford the mining laser anymore. This is like dropping plasma heat. Maybe I'll just put the microwave emitter on the front so it's a little more accurate, as opposed to the mass driver. Then I have 72k left, which is probably not enough to do anything. Well, I could get the dual capacitor and just store 1,000 megajoules of extra power instead of 500, and that would at least like kind of band-aid a little bit of the power situation, so at least we have a little bit more in the tank. It's a little band-aid fix, and then I got 42k left. So we need to save money. I don't remember when I have to pay these dudes out. You guys get paid 11/11. That's 3 days from now. So let's save. I'm gonna have to pay them probably like right now, actually. I think I can afford it though. Let's see repairs. Still got insurance. 1 day of maintenance. And then launch after we wait a day. Val is now a high education pilot. Wow, she learned fast. Okay, so manual selection. So we need nano drone components. It's gonna cost 26K to fill up the nano drones. Okay. $130K to go anywhere. $34K just to get dropped on the outside. I think that's the one we have to take. Hopefully I did everything I was supposed to do. Should probably take a BRB since the ad's gonna play in like a few minutes. And take a bathroom break anyway. And test out the nano drones. And the beacon. What the hell is that? Is that the beacon or the drones? I assume that's the beacon and we're just kind of carrying it like a bicycle strapped to the top of the car. No need for that. We can just flip. We can just flip. Go ahead. There you go. Maintain that velocity. Computer didn't turn off automatically this time, so that's cool. And then what is the hotkey for the drones? 3? Might want to get a good demonstration of how they work first before we get too deep. But I also don't want to come to a stop. We don't have to go as far out as we did last time. That won't be necessary. Chad, do you think I can dodge rocks at 100 meters per second? How about 80? Sure, yeah. No problem. Just dodge. Just watch LiDAR and dodge. It's easy. The way that you dodge is just look at the line with the, I don't know what shape that is. Kind of looks like a ring. Looks like a championship ring from the top. And that'll tell you which direction you're actually heading relative to everything else. But yeah, this could get a little dangerous depending on how reckless I feel. Some big chunks already. But we're only 10 kilometers in. Wrong button. Anyway, speaking about space games earlier, I haven't played Stellaris in a while, but at this point, I don't know if I will. In my desperation to try to find something to do until the other newer games come out, I had at least considered Stellaris, but I don't think any of the recent DLCs have interested me. And the things that I dislike about it are probably still the same. However, the pros are that they've changed a lot of the basics of management, right? So like planetary management in Stellaris is revamped not too long ago. And that at least would give me something to chew on. Stellaris tried to do too much. The AI is still broken? I remember when Shin would raid after playing Stellaris and be like, yep, it's still busted. And that was months ago. What are the games you're waiting for to come out? Well, I'm not like especially hyped. I wouldn't describe myself as hyped, but the ones that are like, at least there's a chance that it could be something good is the new Anno, as well as Europa. Europa I don't expect to be good, but I wish it would be good. Would be the best way to describe it. And there's a couple other ones. The one that I'm actually excited for is Farthest Frontier 1.0. That's the main one, which should be within the next month and a half or so. I'm waiting for Star Miner to come out. I had to read that 2 times because the first time I read it as I'm waiting for Strimmer to come out. I was like, okay. Chat made a game. Where is Strimmer? Yeah, the only games I get hyped about are ones that I can tell just by looking at it that I am going to have a great time. And those are rare. But the games that come out within the next 2 months that I can think of off the top of my head, I think there's at least 1 or 2 more that I can't remember, but it's Europa 5, Farthest Frontier 1.0, and Anno. I'd have to look at a list of other things. I will at least try the slot machine. Uh-oh. Chat, it's been nice knowing you. Holy, we got away with it. Got away with it. I'm gonna say the new battery just saved my bacon. Possibly. Almost just wrecked the whole ship, man. Got a bad feeling about EU5? I mean, that's a safe approach to take. I take that about every Paradox release now. Okay, I might be dead now. Close call achievement. I didn't hit that. It was a close call. The game said so. All right, and nothing's even damaged except maybe the nuclear reactor. That'll buff out. We good. We good. It hit the... I don't know. I just managed to lower the velocity enough and hit a railing that didn't really damage it. We got lucky a little bit. Maybe that's a sign that we should just look for rocks out here, you know? So here's what I'm gonna do, chat. There's an ad about to start, 3 minutes of mid-rolls. I'm gonna leave the game unpaused so the geologist can scan the surroundings in that time. We're not moving, so nothing scary should happen. Technically, it was a close call before you hit it, yeah. When the slow-mo kicks in. So I'm gonna leave the game unpaused. Okay, maybe not the panic music. Maybe this might be a little too much action. Why are there rock? Oh, that might be moving from when I hit it. Nothing should happen. I'll BRB. Thanks for watching. Yo. Were you guys visited by any unidentified objects? Or anything like that? Are you here to challenge slight optimism to erase? Oops, I don't know who that was, but definitely not. Let's try out the new, well, let's see, first of all, let's see what the geologist has discovered. No beryllium here. Actually, has a, I don't really understand how that when the geologist comes up with, maybe there just isn't anything. Because they're not, the onboard computer's not even looking for platinum or palladium. So maybe that's all that's here. And we should just go deeper, unless I'm misreading it. But there's Wungston right there. Or is there? The computer estimate seems to be unreliable. I say let's go deeper. Whoa. That is a big rock. It's all palladium, though. Bonk. How do you turn that off? There we go. No need for the drones to be firing at the moment. Oh, there are some big rocks out here, dude. But they're all platinum. But here's the thing, right? We have the new processor that can hold a bunch of different types of metals in a relatively small space. So perhaps I should just go for the big rocks and see what it's like to try and get like a massive amount. You know what I'm saying? The only trick is we don't really have an easy way to like feed the ship now that the manipulator is gone, so we have to kind of like drive into it. It's gonna be interesting to see if I end up missing the manipulator by the end of this. There's a bunch of just huge platinum rocks here. Sensor contact? But yeah, a lot of these are just resources we're not track. Like this one, we are tracking vanadium and the Wungston. You know what? Let's just give it a shot and crack one open. Damn. Need more reactor. Okay, ready? We're gonna give this a test run. Just to see what it's like with the nano drones enabled and just see what they do. Might take a minute to crack this. With the microwave. So chat thinks Stellaris still not worth jumping back into months later after their last big update. Still doesn't have it. AI still busted. Feels like it's been a while. Because that was back when we were playing like F1 Manager, which I might still go back to. Let me see, how do I customize? Oh, I probably have to do it in the station for the tug drones. Whoops. All right, we'll take a look at that when we get back. Not a single Stellaris player in chat right now? You guys just don't care anymore? You are free to go, naughty past. You match no bounties. Who the hell are you? Have a good hunt. Oh, there's a dude down there. All caps, Stellaris lost about 10 DLCs ago. Okay, that's not... There's too many DLCs that add nothing now. Who pushed this rock into me? Did he do it? That dude just threw him into me, man. Now I have to do this the old-fashioned way. Nah. I'm surprised there's not a single Stellaris fan in chat that's like, yeah, it's actually fun. I've been playing it. Okay, here's a, do any of you play any of the Paradox games right now? Who? Where are these projectiles coming from, brother? There's another ship down there that's just loosing rogue hypervelocity shots at me, man. Okay, the drones are doing something. You have to get them down to their smallest form. How close do I have to be? Because the ones on the bottom left haven't stopped yet. I don't understand how this works. They seem to just be letting him fly away. The nano drones are supposed to just bring all these to a stop, but it's not stopped. They're all just floating away still. So what am I doing wrong? They're not doing shit. They're just leaving me to my own devices. The only time it'll shoot is like right after Babby is formed. And then when the little Babby rock is first formed, then it disperses drones. Like so. But then after that, it cannot be less concerned with them. I think they're only set to target nuggets not yet priced. Why would that be the default behavior, man? Same question with the manipulator arm. And you can't change that unless you're back in the station, can you? How do you change the behavior of the drones? Because this is tug drones, nothing. Oh, right here? Oh, hang on. No. Oh, it inherited the behavior that I set for the mining guy. Oh. Yeah, it inherited the behavior that I set for the mining drone. Okay, well that explains it. So now they should target any of these, basically. I think we have different definitions of bring to a relative stop. Their threshold for at rest is a bit flexible. Yeah. Okay, well now that we figured that out, let's find some better rocks. This area is not so good. Who the hell is this? Well met, naughty past. Any good veins nearby? Nothing. This place is barren. Good luck. It's not relative to the ship, chat. It's relative to the asteroid belts, or the rings orbit around the planet, which means it'll look like it is stationary to us. Yeah, it's relative to the ring. But let's go deeper, because none of these rocks are very good. Anyway, I didn't get to read all the chat's responses to things. So let me scroll up. They were my favorite, but they lost me years ago. Hearts of Iron 4 is always worth a run. It was, but the last update kind of broke the game. They even managed to mess up Hearts of Iron 4, in my opinion. But for Hearts of Iron, it was more of like, it was technically messed up. As in, insane amounts of crashing and technical issues. Bringing this behemoth to a stop is getting harder and... Bro, stop following me, man! You are unwanted here, Crimson Lights. You are just... Chat, I'm gonna have to defend myself here in a second, brother. We need some breathing room for our operations. Moving to a safer range. Thank you. Get the hell out of here, man. Spinning, just spinning. Well, there was a rock over here I was gonna get. Maybe. I want to at least crack it open and check this big one out. All right, turn the drones on. But it's like, this thing is pretty funny. Give me some breathing room, man. But yeah, Paradox has had it rough. They have City Skylines 2. They have that Sims knockoff that bombed. I think the that Sims knockoff was just such a unfortunate scenario that it even existed in the first place. And then I don't even know what else has come out since then. The Crusader Kings 3, whoever is like the studio head for Crusader Kings 3 has just made head-scratching decisions since the game launched. Oh yeah, the Star Trek Stellaris-like, that was such a weird one. By the way, can the drones stabilize these rocks or only like the really tiny ones? Is it just because we don't know what's in them? Or is it because I have H2O toggled off? Or is it just too big? Just the little bits you pick up? It's too bad. I want to stabilize the big rocks because I lose track of them, but we'll see how this works. You just gotta break everything as fast as possible, so I need something stronger than this microwave. But yeah, I kept the beryllium there. Well, okay, that's pretty cool. What? Yeah, you can let the iron ones go. I was just kind of testing this out a little bit. Can it reach that one all the way out there? Wow. Okay, oh, look at this. See, you can just crack them all open and then see what you got. So that's pretty cool. The only problem is your own thrusters might disrupt them. But I guess it will just stop it again. So we want some kind of gentle maneuvers. I'm not ready to put down a drone yet. I mean, not the drone. Beacon. I can't believe the Star Trek Stellaris knockoff is still, to me, the craziest one that exists. Very clearly the IP owner only agreed to pay us for the first release, and therefore we will not continue to support it any longer. It's so strange that you would willingly tank. Oh, no, 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 no. That was my bad. They literally ran a 2-year-old version of Stellaris for it. Yeah, that one's the most bizarre. They were willing to tank the Paradox brand in order to not fulfill obligations to the Star Trek, like, rights holders. Or like, they didn't have obligations to them, but you know what I mean. I played it, it felt like a fun Stellaris mod that was super buggy. It's too broken to play. I was so sad. Some decent beryllium here to kind of get things started. That's why we were cracking this rock open in the first place, though. So let's go back up to where the rest of the rocks were. But yeah, we are hefty now. I'm feeling the burn. Like our main. I need to upgrade the main thruster and the generator. But yes, it's very, very unfortunate how obvious for Paradox they. As soon as I saw the Star Trek thing, it was like, okay, so do you need cash that badly? I guess you do. You guys really that strapped? But the thing about the Star Trek Stellaris in particular is you can tell, like, on paper, it's something that does make sense. So, like, I can kind of see where it's coming from. Like, whoever had the original idea was not super far off the mark. The problem is just, it takes, like, a corporate and company-wide dedication to making it good. As opposed to just, like, throwing it out there and being like, all right, we're done. See ya. That's all we wanted to do. Do I care about platinum? We're not even, like, analyzing the potential cost of platinum. So on the one hand, no, I don't care about platinum, but on the other hand, if it's there and we can put it in the cargo hold, then may as well, right? RNROS, what are you talking about? Can you still do the ring station thing that needed platinum? I can, but I'm lazy. That takes work. I wish any Sims knockoff took off, doesn't matter who. Tired of what EA is doing with the franchise. Yeah, I wish Maxis existed. That's what I want. I just want Maxis back. Let them make whatever they want to make, man. If they want to make SimCity, let them make SimCity. If they want to make Sims, let them make Sims. If they want to make Spore 2, let them make Spore 2. If they want to make anything else from the backlog, just let them do it. I miss the black and white games. I never got to play black and white. I think I like the idea of God games, but when I actually play them, I don't really care about them. I consider black and white more of a God game than Spore, since you can actually like take over the people or creatures of Spore a little bit more directly. Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth the Tug getting these. I'm gonna tell the Tug drones to just ignore them once they're identified. But I think it's good to stop them before they're identified. That way, if you don't know it's beryllium yet. But yeah, I do miss the arm grabber a little bit here because it would simplify this whole process, right? Just kind of turn around and let it pick up the pieces you want. So I can definitely see the value there. I don't know that I'm ready to drop the beacon. It doesn't seem, it seems like an okay feel, but it doesn't seem like we're getting the good juice. Seems like we're just getting average. But maybe we're breaking the wrong rocks. Let's go deeper. Sim Earth needs a remake. I just want like a new Sim City, man. I liked Sim City 2013, and I'm not gonna apologize for it. People don't want to hear that SimCity 2013 has more gameplay depth than City Skylines does. Yeah, you can make a way larger city if all you care about is the way your city looks. But there's so much more to actually do from a progression and mechanics standpoint in 2013 than City Skylines. SimCity 4 was peak in my opinion. I played SimCity 4 on stream, and I'm not gonna say it was overhyped, but I only played it like twice and I was mad and angry by the end. And I like SimCity 2013 better, so there you go. Are you here to challenge us to a race? A race? The glorious ring-spanning contest of skill. We get to chase a race drone, pulling tight corners and high-G maneuvers, skim the surface of the asteroids, burn hard and fast. You got what it takes? No. What are you flying? That's a custom-made racer. Let me set you up with my friends on Enceladus. You can get racing upgrades from them. Chivo unlocked. Yo, sick. The only thing that people like about SimCity 4 and City Skylines is that the maps are big. That's it. If you have SimCity 2013 gameplay with big maps, you have a better game. No problem. There really wasn't much going on in SimCity 4. SimCity 4 is like the... I wouldn't even compare it to Dwarf Fortress, but you know how in Dwarf Fortress, you don't really do a lot? You kind of just like sit and watch. SimCity 2013 has a lot for you to do. In SimCity 4, you just kind of like paint your zones and then just sit back and wait. You don't really get to do anything. I gave it a good, honest shot. I like city builders. I like old games. I like the visuals. I like the art style. It has a lot of charm, but gameplay-wise, you don't really do anything. I wish SimCity 4 had more under the hood. It's simple. Yeah, it's very simple. At the time that it came out, incredible, right? 10 out of 10, masterpiece, genre-defining game. However, I don't think the gameplay is there in 2025. There's nothing to really do. It is very simple. I think most of the people who hate on SimCity 2013 just are hanging on to the always online bullshit that they started with, and the servers not working in your single player game that happened at launch, and not actually judging the merits of the game, as opposed, like, they're not able to judge objectively what the developers created as a game. They can only see what EA tacked on as a service, because it's a really strong game mechanically, believe it or not. I'm here for work, not play. Sorry, slight optimism. I like your ship name though. They're mad at EA, not the game itself. Yeah, pretty much. I don't like EA either. You know what I mean? So I get it. I remember in SimCity 4 you could chain multiple cities together on the world map. That was kind of cool. Yeah. They tried to imitate that in SimCity 2013, but it just needed more and larger maps. But the integration of the city tiles is actually a little better in 2013 than in SimCity 4, because I remember getting to SimCity 4 and it's all like the connection of the maps together is extremely hand-waved. Like you can set up power on one tile, never go back to that tile to develop it again, never change it, never update it, never do anything, and it will not change its needs until you load back into that map tile, basically. So it's just like, it felt very superficially connected to me. Like, they were technically connected, but they weren't dynamic. If you weren't loaded into a specific map, then nothing on that tile was changing. This could be a beryllium hotspot. I remember I used to load adjacent tiles back and forth to, quote, sync them. Yeah, like if you could come up with a synced version of that, where shit is dynamically evolving as the city expands, then that'd be amazing. That would be ideal. SimCity 2013 hand-waved it as well, from what I can remember, but it felt more realistic because 2013 encouraged you to hop between them a little bit more, and it was very like, it felt very one-to-one in many respects, where I remember playing with a friend, and like my city would have the police stations, and however many squad cars I had, you know, if I had 8 squad cars, 4 of those cars might respond to crimes in their city, and then I don't have 4 squad cars, but then when they're playing their game, they see the 4 squad cars come over. So it had more of like a, like I didn't have 8 and they had 8 when we were playing. It actually did like transfer that to some degree, which gave it kind of a cool feeling. Or like I would make a fire response helicopter, and the helicopter would actually leave my tile and like enter theirs, so that gave it more of a connected feel. So they tried. It didn't work entirely, but being able to, I like in 2013 being able to specialize cities and have like the gambling city with all the casinos, or the really industrial oil city where you actually become like the oil baron in that tile, and having like specializations. I wish Cities Skylines 2 would have taken that idea and actually utilized it again. Because having buildings with like individual upgrades, you know, like you build a school, but you don't just build a school and leave it there forever. You build a school and then you can add more like buses to the school. You can add a new wing to the school. You can actually customize each of the buildings and like have upgrades and side grades and stuff like that. That was fun to mess with. The one thing that no city builder has gotten correct is how to make it so that the answer to improving the wealth of a city is not just spam 1,000 parks. I don't really know how to change that gameplay, but I've become utterly convinced that it is the one thing holding city builders back. The basic gameplay of paint a zone blue, yellow, or orange and spam 1,000 parks to increase beauty and therefore attractiveness and appeal are the two gameplay mechanics that need to evolve for city builders to continue into the future. We have to get off of those two things somehow. There is a way, remove land value altogether. Yeah, that would take a intense simulation though. Like if there was a way to simulate the actual economics of a thing, that would be amazing. Though I don't see anyone ever doing it. And what I mean is like actually have you as the, you know how like SimCity 4 has kind of the ordinances and such, and a couple other city builders have it, but I specifically remember it from 4. Have like a bunch of ordinances and have those ordinances actually matter, have them change the dynamics of the city, and based on the different ordinances and different laws that you pass, it changes the kind of people that want to live there, and based on the kind of people that want to live there, it changes the type of housing that's built, the type of commercial, whether it's appealing to like a high-end clientele or middle class or what have you, and actually have like an economic flow that dictates the type of, like, is it a high income neighborhood, is it a low income neighborhood, whatever. Have that actually matter economically. What are you trying to slow down? You are spamming those drones. What do we beep, beep, beep? Oh, there's a ship down there. Actually, we don't want those. Go eat up some of these. Also, traffic sim is hard, even in existing city sims. It is. Which is the other reason why SimCity 2013 is secretly goated. Because it actually, even, obviously the cities are smaller, which enables them to do it, but they actually have an agent system where everything is one-to-one. Guy actually lives here. Guy actually drives to work each day here. Guy actually goes to this shop here and tracks him coming home. A real agent system. Instead of fudging all the numbers. That was the last time they even anybody tried to do that. City Skylines is very content fudging all the numbers. Which is fine if you don't care about that. Does that scale? No, because the cities are so small. That's why the cities are small. SimCity 2013's towns and cities are very, very small, which is the main point of criticism besides the always online aspect that people can't get over. Does anybody care about that? I do! Yes, I do. I want my simulation game to simulate. I know that that seems like something that the corporations expect you not to care about in your simulation game. That I found the EA executive on the board. Do gamers even care about that? Actually, sorry, the Paradox exec who's making City Skylines 2. They don't care. I remember playing City Skylines 1 because I come off of SimCity 2013 where the agent system was a big deal. And you sit there and you look at traffic in City Skylines. You're like, how can I fix this traffic? And then you watch and cars are just disappearing off the road. Okay. Vanishing. And I would find a guy, I would find a house, click on someone who lived in it, and it'd be like, Penelope lives here. Be like, okay, let's follow Penelope on their journey to work. And they start driving to work. They get stuck in traffic and then they just vanish. It's like, okay, well, why even tell me Penelope lives in this house if it doesn't matter? Like, why are we even pretend? It's just a weird pretending system. Instead of pretending that they're real and trying to like fool the player, SimCity 2013, you could click on Bruce and Bruce would be stuck in traffic for 6 real-life days because you didn't fix the traffic and he's just been in there pissing in his car the entire time and it's your fault. And you have to fix it. All right? That's way more fun to me. No, I haven't played Workers and Resources. I'll play it eventually, but it's very intimidating. I think I would enjoy it, but I'm not certain that I would enjoy it. As I've said before, I don't actually really like city builders. I like the idea of them, but in practice, there aren't any that I point to and go, I really like this one. Okay, we got a problem. I do kind of miss the arm. A little bit. Good news, it's a factory game that plays like a city builder. Yeah, I know. I've watched EJ play it a bunch. So I know what it is. But the problem is when games lean too much into that, I also don't like it. Example, I really like the game, but it's too smart for me. God, I can't think of the name of it. What is the name of that? We streamed it a few times. It's an industrial sim. Captain of Industry. Captain of Industry, really cool game, really detailed game, Lots of fun, except it's so overbearing in terms of how much you actually need to know to succeed. And I would always get to the same point in the game and then hit like a fail state. And it was always like right after oil. I'm not like a Factorio lover. I like Factorio. I think it's a cool game, but I'll never ever see end-game Factorio, for example, right? Like I just never will. Discovered big contact. Music in the radio. Someone is close. Triangulating. Yeah, like I can get past oil and Factorio and I can get my first train set up and then I will quit playing shortly afterward. It's too overwhelming for me. I want Factorio to be a trains and belts game, not a bots and chests game. You know what? That's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. It is surprisingly a game that looks like a train and belt game, but is actually a bot game. We don't have enough transport sims. You're right. That's actually one of the things I find so appealing about Foxhole. It is an MMO, which will turn off a lot of people, but it is the most logistics game I've ever played. We'll eventually play it on stream. I know we will. I just don't know how long I can hold out. Maybe like when the next war starts or something like that. That would be a good time to get in. That is actually like can be a truck driving haul thing A to B simulator. I'm waiting for the airplane update. I don't know how long that's going to take. It could be next year. Of the RimWorld-like games, which one do you think iterates? None of them. I don't think that there's a single RimWorld-like that has justified its existence to me. They all just go, hey, look, we've got little RimWorld pawn-looking dudes and portraits at the top of the screen. Job's done. He hates eels? I don't really even consider Clanfolk a RimWorld-like, to be honest. I know it's easy to look at it like that, but I don't even think of it in the same sentence. I do like that game. But when I think of RimWorld likes, I think of... There's at least a dozen of them now. Let's see what Steam thinks. Steam actually has no idea what games are similar. Because when I click on see more like this, it's like, did you mean... Factorio? I'm not joking, dude. Hold on. This is Steam, man. What is wrong with you, bro? RimWorld. What is like RimWorld? Manor Lords? Okay, Norland is a RimWorld-like. I haven't played it, but people talked about it before it released, and then once it released, never talked about it again. I don't think Empires of the Undergrowth is RimWorld-like. I don't think this game, The God Sim, is RimWorld-like, or Blacksmith Master, or Against the Storm. I mean, RimWorld is a Dwarf Fortress-like, so I guess that checks out. Workers and Resources? Holy. You really think Jurassic World Evolution's like RimWorld? None of these games are really like RimWorld, man. I'm thinking like Stardeus. I'm thinking like games with the name Star in them. I'm thinking Starmancer. I'm thinking there's a couple other ones. Just wait until he finds Cultivation Simulator. Just wait until this chatter realizes that they missed the Cultivation Simulator stream. And that Cultivation Simulator sucks. I don't care what your favorite YouTuber says, okay? They get paid to pretend that, like, every game is the next best thing and the craziest shit. I don't think Oxygen Not Included is a RimWorld-like. I don't think it's a RimWorld-like either. Chat doesn't know. Here's the thing. Chat famously doesn't know what games are like what games. Similes were not taught in the schools. Stranded Alien Dawn. That would be one. That is one. Also, it was okay. It was fine. But I don't think that any of them have been, like, really good. This game is basically No Man's Sky. Just saying. Space Haven? I just said Space Haven. So yeah, that would be one. That is one of the ones I mentioned. My name. Prison Architect came out before RimWorld. Yes, correct. Prison Architect was there before RimWorld. Briefly, RimWorld used the actual art assets with permission from Prison Architect before changing them. This run has sucked compared to the last run. I don't know if it's the lack of the arm. That beryllium might change something, though. We could find some more beryllium out here, man. RimWorld is technically a Prison Architect-like, yeah, probably. Technically speaking. These are some good chunks. So I do like the nano drones. Like, they are good, but we need a better way to actually, like... I can see why the haul drones that actually pull stuff toward you are also extremely good, but also expensive. So it might be something worth upgrading to. I'm sure that there's scenarios in which you could use them together, but we haven't gotten that advanced yet. Figure I'll just take all this stuff. Here's a question. In this game, if you keep selling the same material, does it lower the price on the market? Because I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the beryllium is worth less right now. Ad starting soon already? Uh-oh. Right now? All right, ads. I could have snoozed it. I'm going to be real, but I forgot. I didn't see how much time had passed. So three minutes of mid-rolls coming up. I would tell you I'm going to keep it paused, but I'm just sort of yapping and hitting rocks. I don't think you're going to miss anything. Who is this ship over here? But anyway, what were we talking about? The RimWorld-like genre. The problem with the RimWorld-like genre, among other things, is always the same, which is you can't start a game. Like, I don't know where to start this thought. Where to start this thought is when RimWorld started development, it was inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It was probably at least partially inspired by Prison Architect, things like that, right? But RimWorld never strove to be Dwarf Fortress or Prison Architect. I think many games now that are in that category, like Colony Builder, they're not just inspired by RimWorld. They strive to be it. And that's something that they can't ever do. Like, I feel like too many of them try and follow the same beats and the same, follow the exact path that was already tread by RimWorld, and they think, well, we're gonna do everything really the same, but eventually we will surpass it. We'll go to space, or, you know, before Odyssey came out, or we'll do something that RimWorld doesn't. It's almost like a lot of RimWorld likes were created by people who played RimWorld religiously, but they wanted their favorite mod packs to be part of the game. Ragnorium was one, had to search for it. I forgot about Ragnorium. I actually liked Ragnorium and was disappointed that it was abandoned. But anyway, to conclude, I think most of the games that you'd be considered RimWorld likes, or even other likes, like Vampire Survivor likes, or Slay the Spire likes, or whatever, aren't simply inspired by those games anymore. They're like, I'm going to be that game, but better. And I don't think RimWorld ever set out to do that for the games that it was inspired by. It used the inspiration to take a new angle and to take a new direction in something that didn't exist yet. But too many of the new games now that are like RimWorld don't take things in a new direction. They're content to try and follow the path. And if you follow the path, you need to be prepared for over a decade of development, because that's how long it took. You're not just going to magically get to where RimWorld is and surpass it in a condensed time window that's a third as long. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to take you the same amount of time to get there, to exceed it. This is not a rock that we care about. So let's go further. We're starting to get a little heavy, and I don't really have that much ore. It's kind of a sad trip so far. We found the God Beryllium stash last time. This time it says there's a bunch of beryllium up there, but there's not really. I think we already mined all those. Maybe go a little further this way. Chat, what are some games that are coming out before the end of year? Either 1.0 version of their game or new release that you were excited about before the end of 2025? It's crazy that I can even say that now that we're in September. Besides Europa and besides and Anno. Neither of those. Well, at least you know what you like. Fingers crossed, Battlefield 6. Deep Rock Survivor 1.0. Master of Command. Do I know that one? Pathologic 3. Man, Pathologic 2 is too dense for me. I said besides Anno, and you guys are still writing Anno. Don't listen. Little Rocket Lab? I don't think I care about platinum. These are some chunks. Platinum chunks, man. Huge platinum chunks. I need a better geologist and a better scanner. Maybe we'll upgrade that. Routine 2? Oh yeah, I am really excited about that. I actually emailed them from the first announcement trailer from the 2010s. I've been thinking about emailing them again because I think I emailed them about half a dozen times trying to get like a preview of it. I had no idea back then that it was gonna not be out by 2025. So it'd be funny to email them on the same email thread and be like, hi, developers, I was wondering if I could preview. It's just like a continuation of the email chain from like 2013 or something like that. Like nothing, like I didn't even miss a beat. Maybe they'd give it to me, I don't know. Been waiting for a long time, man. It looks great. It does look great. I hope it is. Yeah, I know about Menace already. And Hades 2. Yeah, I'm probably most excited just personally for Hades 2. And Menace. Baby Steps? I'm not familiar with Baby Steps. Vampire? Yeah, dude, Vampire the Masquerade is getting... It's just in drama every other day, it feels like. I don't understand how you can make so many missteps. Star Miner, but waiting for early access? I think... Last time I saw it, I was not excited about it. Because I just don't believe it, you know? It's published by Paradox. Number 1. Number 2. Games dedicated to making mining things. They haven't solved... I don't know if anyone perceives this to be a problem besides me, but they haven't solved the age-old problem of, well, you've built the mining thing, make more of those. And you're like, okay. And you're like, well, good job. You've made 6 of the mining things. Why don't you try 12? And then the end game, and then the way I know that some of you do not think this is a problem is because there are people who like Dyson Sphere Program, because that's what Dyson Sphere Program is. It's just like, yes, you've made 20 of these mining buildings. Have you considered 150 of them in a rectangle? How about 1,000? Have you made 1,000 of the same mining structure? And you just keep stacking and increasing, and it just, I find that so boring. Is vanadium worth it for us? I like a grind. I just don't like it when the progression of the grind doesn't really have anything to progress to except build more of this times infinity. Like I like grinding in games, but there has to be like a carrot at the end of the stick. It can't just be more stick. These are all iron, dude. God, we're kind of running low on fuel. Maybe I should just head back and eat my losses. We're like 63 kilometers out and there's nothing out there. This is why if we found that awesome area from before with all the beryllium, I might have set a beacon. I could just drop the beacon out here and see what it's like to try to fast travel through it. That actually is a smart idea. How far out was that break, that like gap? It's like 80 to 100? We're getting a ship ping all the way out here? Gotta dodge this. maybe... My reactor's not keeping up. Oh yeah, I will, listen, I will at least play the Bannerlord boat expansion at least once. When is that actually supposed to release? Q3? Brother, it's almost Q4. It'll be Q4 in 2 weeks. So, I don't know about that. The beta patch is out soon, I guess. Not fixing any of the many underlying problems. Take a paid DLC and faction. Yeah. I'm pretty negative about Bannerlord also. It's not really a surprise. They did just release a pretty large patch, though. I don't know if it's a good patch. I just know it looked pretty juicy. I saw the notes anyway. I didn't read them fully. But it was funny reading them because there was stuff in them that was just like, how have you not fixed this sooner? I'd have to go look at the notes. It was like really silly stuff, like things that should have been fixed years ago, but just never did. The other rocks are escaping, man. I'm trying to just like kind of stand here, snipe these to freeze the ore in place. This thing's got pretty, the microwave's got pretty big reach. I don't know if it has power fall off. It might. But it still broke that apart. And these drones have like pretty good range. And then we can kind of see what's happening around us without having to chase everything down. Wait, if you tap Alt, does it do like a slow-mo? Whose special ability is that? I didn't even know you could do that. Let me see. The Bannerlord patch notes. Alliances and trade agreements. Really? Alliances after all these years? Single player art. It's been years. I think I was looking at mostly the implemented the stealth system used in prison breaks and hideouts. Enemies detect the player through sight and sound, reacting to movement, noise, bodies, or alarmed allies. Natural hiding spots such as tall grass provide cover. Added distraction mechanics. Players can drag bodies to conceal them. Roguery skill impacts damage via stealth attacks. Reworked bandit hideouts to accommodate stealth. Reworked dungeons and prison break for stealth. Disguise system is finally in the game. Suspicious actions such as running, drawing weapons, or hiding raises suspicion. Being ID'd blows your cover and initiates pursuit. Okay, battles and sieges. Added slings, added morale and retreat to simulations. If you simmed a battle, it didn't simulate morale and like enemies retreating. It just fought to the last man. Campaign sandbox. Remove the defender advantage factor from siege battles. Troop count ratios. Basically, defenders could spawn up to 1.5 times more troops than attackers in equal troop sieges. No big deal. Not a, you know, the defender always has 50% more troops than you. No big deal. Finally fixed. Improved besieger AI to ensure 1 siege tower and 1 ram are built. You know why that is? Because the sieges, they could just attack your castle with no siege equipment and they just stand outside your walls while you mow them down with arrows. So when you're like, wow, it's good that that was fixed, but also why did it take however many years it's been since Bannerlord came out, man? Bugs, bugs, bugs. I don't know if any of these are as big as that. The Siege Mission. They drop boulders through murder holes instead of onto the floor. In fact, like the AI is just like, there he is. Thunk. And it just like drops down right in front of him. AI now position and aim more effectively when attacking targets like castle gates and siege machines. Improved ladder queue behavior, so agents now respond to new orders instead of staying locked in scripted position. That's one of the ones that the damn siege ladders has plagued me since the game's first version. And they won't get stuck on the damn ladders anymore. Maybe. I haven't tested it myself. Fixed an issue where some agents waited too long to climb ladders due to incorrect scripted movement assignments. Yeah, the damn ladders. Stop moving while climbing stairs. I've seen that one before too. Ladder climbing issue where troops would climb down a siege ladder only to climb up another on the same tower. So there's just so much stuff that's just like, man, if that was fixed 3 years ago, Bannerlord's been out for more than 3 years, right? It's just been 1.0 for 3 years, or am I misremembering? But I'll try the boats just to see, you know, what it's like. Worst case scenario, it was fun throwing spears from horseback at bad guys. Like it was for a while. Don't know if it still is. We don't need that one. Man, the value of all this is terrible. These are worth like 5K a piece. Maybe we should just send this ship back and try inserting from a different spot, or I could drop the beacon and see how much it costs us to get back to this same spot, because we're starting to run a little low on fuel. So maybe we just collect this, drop the beacon, see how much it costs to come back. Yeah, Bannerlord Early Access was 2020, so it's been more like 5 years. 3 years is generous. These are worth pennies, but taking some pennies back is better than no pennies, I think. Womp. What? Why is the battery so low? Is it the MPU? Like processing the ore or what? That's your processed ore storage is full for V alarm. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was a battery issue for a second. The battery icon's a little confusing because it looks like it's 2/3 full because it's translucently showing the fuel level of the rest of the propellant in the ship. So I look over there and I'm like, damn, why is my battery so low? But it's not. Okay, let's go back. We can also check out the 2 big LiDAR contacts on our next one, so that'll be good. Give us something to do. Oh yeah, wait. Let's drop the beacon first. Boing, 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 boing. So to drop the beacon, it's like mechanic... Way of the Armada. Okay, just giving a random name. So I think it's like done, deployed. Leave it there. Good to go. Beacon set. Now let's go home. Claim beacon booting up. What are you doing? 15K? Establish claim for 15 standard days. Okay, fine. Achievement unlocked. Excavation claim beta. About to get charged an additional 8,600. I don't know. But you can go home now. They're stealing all my money. All members of your crew have their own stories and goals. There was another game I was thinking about besides the Bannerlord DLC that I'm not convinced is really going to come out. But I don't remember what it was. What was it? I don't know if it was one that chat mentioned or not. I need to write down a list of things that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, we didn't make much money on that one. That was not a great excursion compared to the last one. We have negative 8,000 bucks. Payday was mid-dive, of course. Well, here. Let's make sure the crew's been paid. There you go. All right, everybody stay happy. So I got 100,000 bucks, not a lot. What was I gonna do? There was a few things I was gonna do. I still need a new reactor. I still need new propulsion. If I think I know the answer to this already. If I remove the claim beacon from the side, I assume it deletes the claim beacon that is out and about, even though I've already paid for it, so to speak. It'd be cool if Claim Beacon was like a one. It doesn't if I exchange it. I don't think so. The manual said otherwise. Oh, I should read the manual. It says Cradle can be refunded after deployment. So I should be able to swap it out with something else. Now that I have the claim. And I don't know what that something else is. Because I don't have that much money. Oh, I know what it was. What do I need to upgrade to get better scanning? Like, I know the LiDAR is at the, like, affects the top level. How do I help my geologist get a better heat map of ores? Yeah, I know that the geologist uses LiDAR, but it doesn't indicate on the manual that it like directly changes how the geologist operates. Observation craft. We have the recon craft. Which this enhances LiDAR with gravimetric data. This is the one that identifies ore. In large formations you are hovering above. That's the one that I have. Bro, can you relax a little bit, man? Relax, okay? It's calm. But this is how we got the ore in the first place to show up. Over-enthusiastic chatters. USV allows you to set priorities for your tug drones, haul drones, and mining companions. And this is autonomous autopilots will follow the excavation queue. Not sure what that is. Select ore to add or remove it from priorities. A drone system will operate autonomously but will ignore targets not within the priority queue defined by the operator and ignore range restrictions. Obviously I can't, well, I could have, well, no, I can't afford this. It's 140K to test it out. Even after trade-in. Maybe I should try a different LiDAR just to see, like, if I like it better. I assume Doppler shift detection is to find other ships more often. This one's prone to ghosting, but is immediate threat detection. And this is long wave. Low accuracy in detecting ice. Make it ill-suited for mining. Okay. Sorry, what was the other thing I wanted? I got the new MPU. That's been really good. Can't afford that. That's the power plant versus the reactor core. I mean, we could try getting the 8X rods and see how that goes, but I want something that helps me actually get, like, more money. I need to make more money. Maybe it's just geologist skill. I mean, probably is. They're slowly getting better. How much is your ship worth? Can you trade it in? I don't have that. It's not worth that much, I don't think. It's actually 1.1 million. Which means I could afford one of these used ones. Four low stress hard points. But I don't want that one. The one that I want is not affordable right now. What is this? One hard point? Oh, is this the racer? Who do we have to talk to about the race ship? Not that I'm gonna get one. Yeah, I definitely don't need a cargo container. We're not even filling up our cargo right now before I run out of fuel. My problem is I get to a spot and I find a bunch of ore that I want, and then I have to go home, and then I can't find the same spot again. So I got the beacon with the intention of hopefully finding a good spot that I wanted to come back to, but in lieu of that, I just dropped it off so that I could experiment with it mechanically. Do you lose existing gear on trading in? I assume if you trade in your ship, it trades in everything with it, because my ship's not worth 1.1 mil without the gear. Because, like, this time when we went out, I couldn't find any of the ore that I was looking for, and all the chunks we were getting were only worth, like, 1 to 5K. The last time I went out, we were in Beryllium City, but I can't find the same spot again. This time, though, we're actually going to go check out one of the large LiDAR bits and see what that's all about. So I'm going to drop the beacon for now. That'll give me 43K. If I trade in tug drones, I can afford the haul drones. So let's give that a try. And then just so I'm not flat broke, just trade in the claim beacon and go empty slot so I can afford the actual launch. And then everything else will work. I might need to do some repairs. Yeah. Mechanic journeyman? Let's go, Dwight. Okay. Boom. Done. Eventually, I would like to save up enough money to get the 300K Scrapwright Recovery Ops membership. That'd be cool. But money burns a hole in my pocket in this game. I like to spend it as soon as I get it. I say we go ahead and set out. Well, I could look at the tuning for the Hall drones. Minimum range. Minimum range. Only things 400 meters or beyond, please. It's hard for me to visualize how far 400 meters is. But let's say 10 meter minimum range. Bump this down a little bit to 360. I don't know what, let's see, proximity buffer. Forbid drone system from bringing targets below this distance unless bringing it into an open excavator. Okay, so basically it's to stop it from getting so close that your thrusters shove it away. So let's say 50, so get a little more. The deceleration zone gradually slows down the ore for final approach. Okay. Have to see what that looks like in practice. So if there's already a proximity buffer, then I can leave minimum range to 0. We'll test that out first, see what that feels like. All right, let's go. We out. Well, 3 days. 3 days, and then we out. I want to see the LiDAR contacts. There are 2 of them very close to each other. And one of them is really close to the claim that I just made. Okay, well, the bad news is that it is about the same. Like, what I was expecting, I think, was that the trade-off for buying the claim arm and then depositing the claim and then paying for the claim was that maybe returning to that spot would be somehow easier or cheaper, but it seems like it's just the same price. So for now, I don't think I even need a claim. I was just curious how it worked. We can auto fly from the edge. Yeah, I know. Maybe you could do that, I guess, with the claim beta. But if you can auto fly from the edge, I'm kind of confused about the launch fee here. Like, it would make sense. This keeps drifting down also. It would kind of make sense if there was an option on this screen to do that without having to first launch with the standard transfer and then subsequently queue up the auto fly, right? But it seems to be drifting. But let's go ahead and launch from here to the edge, and then we just, I guess, spend time. Like, I think there may come a point where your crew becomes such high salary that it is beneficial for you to save time instead of like get closer to pay them again, maybe. All right, I got to interrupt that as soon as possible to try to maintain velo. We did not maintain. No, last time we maintained 55 velo. This time we stopped at 35, but I'll just speed up. Okay, and then pilot. Astrogator. Sorry, wrong guy. And then we want. Is it going to take 32 days for us to travel there? No, that's how much tracking time is left. Okay, sorry. It's not going to take 32 days to travel there. Okay, matching velocity to trajectory when it hits a hundo. We're away. How long is it going to take, actually? There's already a contact. It's got to be just above us. Struggling to slow. The ship is not optimized, can I say? But that's how I like it. Huh. It's doing spin by mining. Obanto 6. Wait, have we already discovered Obanto 6? No, we discovered Obanto 4. Let's see what they're doing. Do you have processed platinum? No, but I think that's what the other one wanted. Nothing on board, but we can mine some out for you. We'll leave a docking arm open. I haven't tried this yet. But it is funny that they're just like spinning around and like mining all the rock. No. Don't use the drones. Well, you could use the drones. I don't know. Are they gonna eat the ore? I could take it. Let's go check out the other one. Other big LiDAR contact. Go see what that one's about. An Obanto for our collection. Uh-oh. We're good. Just checking on the pilot's work. Hello? Which Obanto are you? I was hoping for a giant asteroid, but I got you instead. Obanto 5. Ow! Why are you zapped, bro? Let me turn my computer back on, man. No one's gonna do business with you if you act like this. What did you damage? We're okay. Maybe. I've been attacked. I do not have platinum, no. But you were not the first to ask me about that. Oh, wait, I just lied to them and said I don't have a mineral processor. They don't need to know. Let me go back to my claim. Uh-oh. Autopilot? Astrogator? Astrogator? What? Gonna leave that. That's revenge for microwaving me. Now we might have some damage. Yeah, my nuclear reactor. I'm sure it's fine. Maybe. I had one of those grab me and smash me into rocks when I docked with them. They do seem rather rude. Zap me with microwaves and then my Astrogator just can't be trusted. That station came out of nowhere. Well, hopefully that's not going to do too much damage. Let's work on going deeper. We're at 67 kilometers. This is back where our claim was before. But we got to get out of this, like, iron field. Might be going a dangerous speed considering how heavy we are. Why are these separate LOL emotes? It's complicated. Is the short answer. Legality is the shortest answer I can give you. BTTV had one, then Twitch created their own. Brother, you don't know what you're talking about. The one that BTTV uses is the original photograph crop. Twitch had the original photograph crop, but the person who took the photo decided to flex their rights to the photo regardless of what TB and his family wanted. As I recall, they were okay with the image being used, but the photographer got a bee in their bonnet and decided to be a diva and basically threatened legal issues if they continued to use it. So Twitch had another artist draw the emote so that they could continue to legally use it, and BTTV still has the original one. So don't listen to random chatters who think they know what they're talking about. That's what actually happened. I was there. Your luck seems to be running low. What do you want? 10 grand is cheaper than the repairs you'll need after I'm done with you. Nah. Okay, I'm gonna hit the rock! The rock! Ah! I'm okay, I'm okay. Stabilize. I'm gonna make them hit a rock too. Yeah, right in the thruster. Interesting ports at Plague Cruise. Who is speaking? Are you guys flying with your ports open? Starting in map, this, I don't know, coding things. Chat, 192.168. What do the numbers mean? Ah, well, it's worth a shot. I don't think I can do damage. Can I only stun them with the microwaves? Or does it... Oh, please hit the other rock. Yeah! Do I do damage or... Uh-oh. Chat. It might be over. Mechanic. All of our thrusters are down. I'm not sure if it's possible. Does this help? What does a choke do? Choked thrusters give less thrust. Is this choking them more or choking them less? Or is this choking them more and that's choking them less? I'm not really sure. There's no way to get that one working. It's pretty dysfunctional. And that's as bad as balanced as I can get too. My mouse is lagging. I don't know why. Oh. Chat, does the microwave do any damage? Or am I just tickling / stunning this dude? I've killed ships with microwaves before? Okay. Then I'm just gonna stay on it. This is our first ship combat here. I can't, is he trying to run away? You've got him. I mean, I think I got him. I just need to, like, stay on him right here. It'll give false readings to the computer and probably heat them up. I'm just gonna match speed, match trajectory. Listen, you mess with me, I'm not gonna let you go. You might turn around and start shooting me again. Also, I want to see what happens. A couple of my thrusters are really messed up. Death by 1,000 needles. I don't know. I feel like I'm just tickling him a little bit here. I don't think they can surrender with all their systems fried. I'm not going to give them a chance to surrender. I'm not going to let you terrorize anybody else again. What, just because I wouldn't pay you 10 grand, you were going to kill me? That it? No, I don't think so. Make sure you're not a menace to anyone else out here mining. What do you think they're saying on the bridge of their ship? Do you think they're starting to panic a little bit? We're cooked. Uh-oh. Boom! That was a pretty big crash. Ooh, couple nice slams there. Well, the action music kicked in. Maybe if I just follow him enough, I will scare him into crashing into a rock at fast enough speed. And that will kill him. War of attrition. Don't let him get away. We'll follow you to the ends of the earth. I don't even know where the Earth is in relation to Saturn at this point. You think all their electronics would be completely fried by this point? I don't know, man. This is the first time I've ever even pointed a weapon at another ship. What's interesting is that he's still facing me. Do you think he ran out of ammo or some other system won't let him shoot now? Because it looks like he's still trying to aim at me. But, like, can't actually fire a projectile. Chat, what if I just ram him? I don't know. Did that hurt me or did it hurt him more? Oh! Oh, we may have been danger close. We. Hey, wait. Let's unjam the fuel rods. I think we got him. I think we're in bad shape, but we got him. I don't. Which of these is the most important? That was just like a little beak peck directly to the reactor core and just shove them away, and then watch them go up in smoke. That was a much larger explosion than I remembered. The microwave emitter's a little busted, but like the nuclear reactor's stable, and that's the only thing that really matters. My ship is struggling a little bit. Chad, am I leaking? Which is the reactor leak? May lead to a meltdown. All right, well, that's not good. So I can either lead to a meltdown or leak propellant continuously, lowering reactor temperature, increases risk of explosion. So which one of those is worse? Are we cooked, chat? If you feather the throttle on thrusters, it won't melt down easily. Oh, dude, we're literally like 1 pip. I have 2 at yellow. So we're just leaking propellant rapidly. I'm getting out of here. I don't know if I can get out of here, but I'm gonna try to get out of here. Wait, it's gonna ram into the rock. $22,000 propellant. And dropping. Aborted? Nope, not aborted. Okay. And we out. And we out. Well, that was a different kind of excitement than I was anticipating. But hey, we're home safe. Beyond repair. Whoops. Some of our parts are I'm almost out of insurance after that. It was worth it though. I'd do it again. A month in port. Replace a part with a new one. Chivo unlocked. Zero insurance. I'm out. Imagine hearing your captain say, "Chat, what if we rammed it from the helm?" Look, we got him though. We got him. Okay? That's what matters. I may be broke, but we got him. Didn't even get any mining in there. Whew. Spicy. Haven't gotten to try the Hull drone out yet. So let me try that out real quick. After a 12-day maintenance. After a casual 12-day maintenance. Also, my beacon is gone. Oh, well, it's fine. Making the rings a safer place. Yeah, I didn't even check to see if that was considered a crime. I might have a bounty on my head after that. I don't know. I was defending myself. Yeah, I was defending myself when I rammed them and caused their reactor to explode. No need to slow down. All right, I am going to accelerate to 100 meters per second and try and dodge rocks. Is there a speed limit? You mean like for the engine? I'm sure there is, but I don't know. I'm not gonna reach it. Guitar time. Is this the "You're Going 100 meters per second" guitar song? I think chat's just trying to bait me into finding out what the speed limit is. Ding 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 ding. I'm kind of just watching the LiDAR line. Might bump into something here in a minute. There is much higher density incoming. Uh-oh. Does he have what it takes? Oh, yeah, he does. Easy. Cruising, man. I'm not gonna try and go like 50 or anything like that. Like 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers. I just need to find like some decently sized rocks to test out the new Hull drones. They trust their captain. Maybe a little too much. That's a pretty juicy rock. Uh-oh. Oh, now that's a maneuver. They don't teach you that one in flight school. Okay, well, chat, it's been fun. I'm okay. Just a misaligned engine here. Just fix that, no problem.
We're okay. There's some fuel runs, a little reactor leak, you know. Listen, it's because I'm trying to slow down with my engines and thrusters that are 10 levels too low for us. They don't have enough power. Instead of doing that, I should start reversing from the forward thrust instead of flipping and burning, because I don't have a good enough engine to flip and burn. Because I never upgraded it. So that one's on me. That one's on me a little bit. I take responsibility. Brand new thruster, then bam, straight into a rock. Slowing down using asteroids is the most efficient method. You save so much fuel. You raise a great point. I got a little carried away after my acrobatic maneuver dancing through the first two rocks. A little overconfidence. All right, big dog. I am gonna need you guys to just break apart and get fed directly into my ship. I don't even know what is in here. But we are gonna test out the new hull drones and see what that looks like. Washington Riker, journeyman geologists. Okay, those are real far out there, bro. Is it working? No one told him the hull drones just stop ore from flying off into space? No one told you that you're thinking of tug drones and I have hull drones? Someone should have told you that. All right, let's try and eat these. Boom. Boom, boom. But yes, as the name suggests, hull drones actually haul. As long as they fit the parameters that I have set. So in my case, I have chosen to only take vanadium, tungsten, and beryllium. So if they don't see those three, or if it hasn't, they will haul the ones that haven't been marked yet, but we should probably just turn that off and wait until we identify them. So, because we're burning through nanodrive components really fast. Now this one has beryllium, so it should be, there we go. There we go. So yeah, now it'll wait until we identify them. That'll be a little bit more efficient. So then it identifies it. Vanadium brings it in, pulls it closer. It stops exerting force on it when it's already heading toward this position and lets it kind of drift. Whoops, I screwed that one up, but the point still works. See? Bloop. Straight into the gullet. Bloop. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Who is this other ship? The Insuladian Idiot. You seem lost. Need help? No, I'm good. Okay, good talk. You're gonna end up like the last guy if you don't watch yourself. You're lucky I only have a microwave. All right, gamers, I'm gonna call it early tonight because I want to spend some time with Alice and watch some TV, and it's 11:30. But also I crashed my ship into a rock, and I don't want to go through the effort of returning to the station and repairing and then coming back out and etc. But the Hall drones are really cool, and I like them quite a bit, but they do burn through nano drone components at a faster rate without tweaking. You could probably tweak the parameters to make them a little bit more conservative there, like I did at the end. They were kind of pulling every single rock, and so you can really kind of hone in on the ones you really want, which I like, and let you be a little bit more, not careless, but a little more like sustains a play style that is more like mining as much as you can just to see what rocks come out and letting the drones sort of, it's like a filter. It's like a nice filter. So it works really well. Cool game. Enjoyed it. It's been fun. I just wanted to see what like the little, I know that there's other actual drones that we could try out, but I got to see at least the nano drones. Oh. Unsaved progress will be lost. Well, hopefully it saved when I was on the station. I'm not sure. One would hope. But GG's. Thanks for the dev for hanging out, answering some questions. Appreciate you, Kadera Software. Litho breaking. Let's just slam into that planet. Hell yeah. I appreciate you chilling with us, and thanks for your work on the game and for updating it. So chat, say thank you and goodbye. I'm going to send you all off on an end of stream raid now to go say hi to Avik, because the ad is starting and I'm trying to get you out of here. Avik is playing Shadows of Forbidden Gods, which I've never heard of before, but I will have heard of it here in just a minute. I will probably see you guys again tomorrow, and I'll catch you for a Thursday stream, most likely, question mark. But I wanted to get another one in and kind of play a little bit more, and it's an enjoyable time. $10 on Steam, check it out, Rings of Saturn. But thanks for watching. Hopefully some of you have a good time playing it, or check out the free demo. There's a free demo, so give it a look. Fun money number go up, and nice progression of upgrades and experimentation. I think the best gameplay mechanic is refunding you for all your ship parts so you can experiment. That's the part I like the most. So go experiment. Foxdot, thank you for gifting a sub to Codera Software. That's very nice of you, Foxdot. And Tentacular Time Lords here for 58 months. Thank you, Tentacular. Dandy Donuts. These are 3-hour-old subs. I'm sorry I missed you guys 3 hours ago. Dandy Donuts and Tentacular, thanks so much. P. Willie for 53rd month. That's big of you. Thank you for the long-time subs, gamers. All right, go give Avik some love. Go say E in Avik's chat. I don't care what you do, but go say something, okay? If you want to say something verbatim, then by all means do that as well. But good night.
Hit the follow button when you go over. I'll catch you for the next one. GG. Good night.